June 10th, 2025, and the time is 5:31 p.m. Clerk Delgado, will you please conduct roll?
Yes, President Laccaretti.
Here.
Trustee Zhang. Here. Trustee McCutcheon.
Here.
Trustee Delgado, present.
Thank you. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Madam President Laccaretti. Buenas tardes a todos. Si usted nos está viendo en persona o virtualmente y usted habla español y desea hacer un comentario y necesita interpretación, le podemos proveer interpretación si lo necesita. Gracias.
Thank you. 被我们黄，你知没别的网一部英文词lang，是讲没签字翻话边面话那部一部听对你哦，冷静。
Thank you. Nhau trong yo trong tu cho chun li ha chu tu yo ta ka ha sai sai pe nhau cho hu su tong xiao no da bo lu trong shi ta no ha ha sa tao ke chai lu ha o lu mong chi tu yo da lu trong shi ta no ta sai cho hu kang da ha ka ha screen no wo chang da. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you to our community outreach specialists. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment regarding any closed session items, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID 894-8912-2703. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator of the meeting provides access to the live meeting. For those in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment, state your name for the record, share your comment, and/or identify which agenda item you are addressing and comment. The board will adjourn to closed session to discuss the following agenda items. Agenda item A, Government Section Code 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release Complaint. Item B, Conference with Labor Negotiator Dr. Don Hubble pursuant to Education Code 54957.6 regarding negotiations with Merced City Teachers Association and CSCA Chapter 530 and unrepresented confidential management. Item C, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation of the Superintendent. At this time in the meeting, the public is invited to comment on items within the board subject matter jurisdiction in accordance with board policy on the items listed for the closed session only. Comments from members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual or a total of 20 minutes unless a majority of the board waives timelines. Do we have any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers for closed session items?
President Laccaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Okay, go ahead.
Please let the record reflect that Trustee Brooks is present as of 5:33 p.m.
Thank you. We are now adjourning to closed session at 5:34 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to our board meeting on June 10th. I will now call the regular open session to order. The time is 7:14 p.m. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Madam President Lacaretti. Buenas noches a todos. Si usted nos está viendo virtualmente o está en persona y desea hacer un comentario o tiene alguna pregunta y necesita interpretación del español, le podemos proveer interpretación si lo necesita. Gracias.
Thank you. Pero alam huang ane chi me pita mang ibu imun selang. Sko me chem zu fang wa pemen wa na zat fakin mien. Sko me chem zu fi zang ju to na zat chat o. Thank
Thank you. Nhớ rong cho linh hát số tu yêu hà ta có sai bé ha họ sáng tạo kế chạy lu hà ô lu mong chỉ tu yêu cho nên board khó session shi thả no thọ sai lu bận cứ nhớ chu hồ cam trung trang de cắt lại screen a click cho được họ cái sao hoa tam mong là yêu có họ mua lu nút lát chỉ là sáng tạo số hà lu lát chỉ là có yêu một tàu cho được họ chat cứ nhớ cho được cắt lại screen ô cho đâu. Thank you, Madam President Lacaretti.
Thank you to our community outreach specialists. Clerk Delgado, can you please conduct roll?
President Lacaretti.
Here.
Trustee Zhang. Trustee Brooks.
Here.
Trustee McCutcheon.
Here.
And Trustee Delgado is present. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have the flag salute led by our MUIR PTC leaders and students.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Report on closed session action. I'm pleased to announce that the board, by a vote of 5-0, approved a satisfactory evaluation of the superintendent for the 2024-25 school year. Pursuant to the terms of the superintendent agreement, the satisfactory evaluation results in 1-year extension to the agreement, which is now June 30th, 2028. Any additional changes to the superintendent agreement, including salary increases, will be approved by the board in an open session at a future regular meeting. We look forward to the continued partnership with our superintendent as we work together to support our students, staff, and community. Again, thank you. Public speaking information. In-person comments will be taken during the public comment period to enable public comment and translation services. This time is for general public comments and comments on any specific agenda item should you choose not to wait until the agenda item comes up. If you choose to speak to a specific agenda item during the public comment period, you will not be able to speak to the agenda item again when it comes up later in the evening. I will announce when we are ready to open for public comment. For those here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment. When it is your turn, state your name for the record, share your comment, and/or identify which agenda item you are addressing to comment. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. To maximize community input, we may exercise the right to reduce the per-person speaking time if necessitated by a large number of speakers. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID 894-8912-2703. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator provides access to the live meeting. We will now move on to the parent recognition. Superintendent Juliana Stocking, sorry.
Yes, good evening, Board of Trustees, our teams here today, and our community and families and students. We are pleased to announce that we have board recognition of our Parent-Teacher Club presidents. And so here tonight, I'm going to call up the names at the podium. We're going to have each of our parents being recognized come up to the front as our trustees can shake your hand and thank you so much for your service to support our school community.
Again, I just want to thank all the parents who put in the effort. It's, you do it because you're passionate, and we really appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
Our first certificate of recognition, Mina O. Villarreal. Would you like to say what school you're from? Tenaya Middle School. For Tenaya Middle School. Yvette Rodriguez. For Rivera Middle School. Rivera. Cassandra Bruce for Charles Wright Elementary. April Salcedo for supporting Sheehy Elementary School. Brenda Lau Prado for supporting Stoll Elementary School. Erica Abadka for supporting Joe Stephanie Elementary School. Amber Lane for supporting Rivera Elementary School. Sylvia McKay for supporting Peterson Elementary School. Ruby Navarrete for supporting Reyes Elementary School. Karina Vega for supporting Muir Elementary School. Shawani Pino for supporting Muir Elementary School. Jessica Cromar for supporting Fremont Elementary School.
I'm accepting it for her.
Oh, yes, thank you. And we have someone here accepting on her behalf. We also have Angel Vargas for supporting Hoover Middle School. Terry Valencia for supporting Gracie Elementary School. Mary Moreno for supporting Givens Elementary School. Krista Panara for supporting Franklin Elementary School. Crystal Owens for supporting Crookshank Middle School. Brianna Callister for supporting Chenoweth Elementary School. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was like, wait, she's on our committee. Erin Lodwick for supporting Merced City School District and for supporting all of our families. Thank you. And Erin is a parent at many of our schools. I have a few more. Susanna Andrade for supporting Franklin Elementary School. Lily Barajas for supporting Stoll Elementary School. Thank you. Okay, that's all of them. While you're all getting ready for your picture, I'd just like to say thank you so much. It truly takes a community, a village to support our students and our staff. And so thank you for leading the way as parents. And we look forward to celebrating more of our parents and you in this upcoming year. Thank you so much.
I just want to quickly thank Trustee Delgado. It was her idea to do this, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness behind it. You know, I was on school site council, PTC, and others, and most of the time, the school appreciates it, but to do this at the board level, I thought was a fantastic idea, so thank you, Trustee Delgado.
I would just like to add that if there are any parents or caregivers at home, please check your school's website. They can use all the support that you are able to provide, and that's how our students benefit and grow. So thank you for all that you do. You are seen and appreciated.
Okay, now we have communications. Merced City Teachers Association President Diane Pest. And okay, so it looks like she's not here. Or Jason Adams, CSEA President. Looks like he's not here either. Anybody else on behalf of CSEA? Okay, we're going to move on to public comment period. The public is now invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board or a particular agenda item. Topics not on the agenda, which are brought to the board's attention, may be investigated by the superintendent, and a report may be made to the board either publicly or privately at a future meeting. State law prohibits the board from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Comments from the members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes on an item or 20 minutes per item unless a majority of the board waives timelines. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak to the board regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. Looks like we have a lot of public comments in person. This is, wow, joy. I'm feeling joy right now. So we will start. Please come up to the podium. There's a button with like a person and a voice thing, and you just click on that and make your public comment. Get 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Please proceed with your comment.
Okay. Thank you so much for having the opportunity to speak in front of you. I'm Cynthia McAfee, the Director of Operations for Golden Valley Health Centers. There's an item on your agenda about updating our MOU at next meeting. So I thought I'd introduce myself and have Dr. Sharma.
I'm Abhilasha Sharma. I'm a family physician. I've been in the community serving as a family medicine doctor for about 12 years. I'm the director of our South Region campus for Golden Valley Health Centers. And this was a really good collaboration between MCSD and Golden Valley Health Centers. We understand our communities and the need for the communities, including the students. And we know, as healthcare providers, how important it is for our students to have their safety check or their sports physical done before they are cleared for participation in any school activities. And at the same time, we also understand the limitation of the families, parents, and guardians to be able to bring them in during regular hours. So we have this collaboration with MCSD so that we provide access to them outside of regular business hours. And it just aligns with our mission. We are there to, support our communities through access, quality, and culture. So that's what we bring.
Just a little bit more background about Golden Valley Health Centers. We actually are a federally qualified health center. We have 9 medical clinics in Merced, And the latest addition was Merced Ranchero. So we're very excited and proud to join with you even closer for having events, perhaps including Merced Ranchero. So our collaboration, when I first began, was in 2023 with our current agreement that is in place. And we made that formal about providing those after-hours access clinics for sports physicals specifically, so that we also could join with you in a collaborative event to support the health and well-being of students, their families, and overall the health of the community. So we want to look down the road with you. So please know that we're here with that intent in our heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your service to our community. Please proceed with your comment.
Good evening, everyone. First, many congratulations to the board, the families, the teachers for a successful week of graduations. I know we're all proud of our children and also the hard work that goes into doing those. I was very happy with our celebration, our commencement. I was at Hoover with 2 wonderful kids. I know Alan was there and it was really well done. What I want to bring to the board's attention is something that is probably preventable, and it probably happens in many schools for good reasons, just lack of staffing and challenges and security sometimes. By the time the commencement began at 7 o'clock is when commencement began, between 7:10 and 7:15, the gates were locked, so parents with tickets couldn't come in to see their children. Of course, you can imagine, the place is full. If you know Hoover, parking can be difficult to find parking. And it was sad for me to see, as the time went on, slowly 30 families, 40 families sitting outside the bars. And because of the way Hoover is, it seems like the parents were outside of a prison because it's black bars looking inside. One young guy wearing his blue commencement was talking to his father through the gate, and his father had his young daughter in his hand, and he just wanted to take a picture with his son. The gates weren't open until after the commencement was over. So I understand it's tough. We need more support. There could have been someone there just looking at who has a ticket, who doesn't have a ticket, to let them in. Security is really important. We don't want to disrupt commencement for all the parents who are there. But it was sad to see, given the recognition we just gave to all the parents, these parents have waited for 2 years to see their kids graduate, and to see them waiting outside in bars, it just was really awkward as a parent to see that. So if there's anything we can do as a board to recommend to schools, but also to help the schools have the staffing, the support they need to keep those doors open for the parents who do have children there and have a ticket to see their children, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, board members. My name is Raquel Babs. I am an education activist whose children represent 5 schools in the district. First, I want to thank Superintendent Ms. Stocking for her dedication, her leadership, and for her sitting down with community stakeholders and families to truly listen. Meeting with you meant a lot, and I want to acknowledge the impact it had. I also want to thank you for your openness. Your door is always open to our concerns, and that is appreciated. I would also like to take the time out to thank my community members here today. Tonight, I must say that while we recognize the thank you and the efforts, there is still some work to be done, because what we are seeing, what our children are enduring, needs to be addressed with urgency. We are formally calling for immediate investigation and termination of Mr. Calderon based on his failure to uphold critical district policies, including BP 5145.3, which outlines students' protections against discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. Also, AR 5145.7 and Title IX, which details the responsibilities of staff when it comes to protecting students from harassment and retaliation. I wanted to share a story with you guys tonight. I have Ms. Proctor here with me. She is a Black mother in the district. Her young son came home on Mother's Day with a card that said, "I love when you make me fried chicken, Kool-Aid, and watermelon." The entry was put in by one of her son's peers. However, the mother was hurt. She was hurt deeply because we know that's a racial stereotype for Black people. Her child didn't understand it because he comes from a culturally inclusive background where we didn't have to teach racism. She doesn't have to teach her kids racism because where they come from, they don't experience it. When she brought it to Mr. Calderon's attention, he didn't understand why she was upset. He didn't understand why she was upset. Mr. Calderon's conduct shows a clear violation of these policies. He has demonstrated an inability to lead with cultural competence, and he does not align with the inclusive, culturally responsive environment we are working hard to build for all of our students, especially our Black students. Let's be reminded of this. When you create an environment where Black students feel safe and seen and supported, you create an environment where all children can thrive. This is your time.
I would like to yield my time. Thank you.
Now let's talk about hate speech, because we have a problem. Our Black children are being called things like black monkeys, nappy-headed, and students are even asking them for passes to say the N-word. I want y'all, let's just sit like right here, and I want that to soak in. When your baby comes home and they've been called a racial slur, let's let that soak in. I'm asking everyone here to sit with that. Imagine your child being called that. Imagine them having to carry that every single day in a place that's supposed to be safe and supportive. This is why I'm calling for all Merced City School handbooks to include a dedicated page on hate speech. Define what it is, outline clear, consistent consequences, and make sure that every school has the same language, the same policy, and that it is accessible to every student, every parent, and every staff member. Now let's talk about the discipline disparities. Mediating conflict is not just punishing it. Disciplining both student who provokes and the student who reacts. Using other means of correction before suspension. Why are we not using educational opportunities to educate a child? When a child acts up or there's a bully consequence, we should use that as a time to educate them on what they did wrong so that they can grow and not do that in the future, rather than suspending them, sending them home with nothing. And we demand, so that's why we're here tonight, we demand better policies, better protection, and better leadership. Because when we are building a welcoming, equitable, culturally affirming district, we need to mean it. And by the show out tonight, it shows that I serve a mighty God that's greater than any pipeline to prison scheme. So I welcome you to work with me to tear down this pipeline. Good night.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. My name is Araceli Hernandez, and I'm a school counselor in our district. I have some of our members of our team standing around me. On behalf of our school counseling team, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation for your continued investment in our professional development and program growth. Thanks to your support, we have had the invaluable opportunity to participate in Hatching Results Training, the California School Counseling and American School Counseling Association Conference, as well as the National School Counselor Leadership Conference. These experiences have deeply enriched our practice and strengthened our commitment to student success. With the guidance of Hatching Results, we are actively developing a more comprehensive and data-driven school counseling program. During our dedicated professional development days, we created a clear program mission, vision, and belief statement that reflects our shared values and goals. We have also collaborated with our site administrators to develop a district-wide Tier 1 action plan for elementary and middle schools focus on delivering impactful classroom lessons aligned with student needs.
Our counseling program delivers services through individual, small group counseling, classroom instruction, and school-wide initiatives that support the 3 ASCA domains: academic development, social-emotional growth, career and college readiness. Each component of our program is intentionally designed to support the whole child and ensure equitable access to learning and opportunity. Furthermore, our work is aligned with the district's LCAP initiatives, partly in promoting student engagement, academics, emotional well-being, college and career preparedness, parent engagement, and inclusive school climates. Your investment in our professional growth directly translates into a stronger student outcome and a more responsive and effective counseling program. Thank you again for your unwavering support of our students, our counseling team, and our shared mission. We are one team. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Cooper, Fremont Elementary School, representing my colleagues. Just have a very short statement. I want to thank the board for your consideration for the unrepresented in our district, and we appreciate everything that you do. Okay, and I'm speaking for all of them. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. That was
Good evening. If you guys know me, I'm never short for words, but I wanted to make sure I got this right. So my name is Veronica V, and I'm proud to be your multilingual coordinator. I would like to take a moment to thank our entire MCSD community for coming together on June 2nd to celebrate a truly special occasion, the Reclassification Awards Night for our multilingual learners. Thank you, board members, for celebrating with us that evening. That evening, we recognized 302 students who met the rigorous criteria for reclassification this school year. This is no small accomplishment. These students demonstrated not only academic growth, but also tremendous grit, perseverance, and resilience. Learning a new language while also mastering academic content is incredibly challenging, and they did it. The ceremony was a powerful reminder of just how capable and determined our students are. We also celebrated our families. For many, it was their very first time visiting the historic Merced Theater. And not only did they walk through those doors, but they also watched their children walk across the stage and be celebrated. For parents, especially those who have made great sacrifices to provide their children with opportunities, it was a moment of joy, pride, and validation. It was deeply emotional and a memory I know many of us will carry with us. We also celebrated our amazing MCSD teachers and staff. Our reclassification success are a direct result of the care, expertise, and intentional support our educators provide every day. From designated and integrated ELD to scaffolded lessons, individualized support, and simply showing students that they are seen and valued, our staff make a lasting impact. Thank you for your tireless commitment and for creating an inclusive classrooms where language is not a barrier, but a bridge. And lastly, that evening was a celebration for our community's unwavering belief in the power of language and the beauty of multilingualism. Language connects us. It builds bridges across cultures, neighborhoods, and generations. At MCSD, we are not just helping students become fluent in English, we are honoring their home languages and cultural identities. Our district is deeply committed to embracing multiculturalism and ensuring every student feels seen, heard, and valued for who they are. A very special thank you to our site and district leadership as well. Thank you for not only supporting this event logistically, but also for recognizing its importance. I also want to express a heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this evening possible. From behind the scenes planning to coordination on that day, this event was a result of many hands and hearts working together. That evening was so special. It was more than just a ceremony. It was a celebration of who we are as a community and what we stand for.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers online?
President Lackaretti, we have one caller in the queue with the last three digits 562.
Okay, thank you. Please let them in. Caller, please press *6 to unmute your phone, and please proceed with your comment. Caller number ending 562, please press *6 to unmute your phone and proceed with your comment.
Good evening. My name is Gidget Suarez, and I'm a teacher at John Muir Elementary. I'd like to call in I have a comment that I'd like to make. First off, I'd like to thank you for taking my call and to let you know that I was misinformed when I called in a couple weeks ago about MyOn being taken. I'm really appreciative that our students are still going to have access to MyOn. And I'd like to say that I'm calling because I feel like I'm a voice for my students that feel that they don't have a voice. And I try and teach them that they do have a voice, and I'm being a model to show them that one voice can make a difference. And I've sent you all letters concerning my concern about S2 math being taken from our students. We live in a digital world, and I'm really concerned that we're taking digital apps from our students, and especially this app that I feel made a huge impact on our students at our school. And, I'm really confused on why it was taken. I'm wondering, maybe there's some kind of money crisis that I'm not aware of and that we need money. I don't know if it's to hire more directors at district office, more assistants that we need. Maybe we're going to be able to get some desks in our schools so that they're not collapsing on students' laps, like happened in my class and my colleagues' classes at our school that we've been asking for new desks for a couple of years. But this math program has made a difference in students' lives. In the letters that you read, I explained how it promotes perseverance. It shows a deep conceptual understanding in mathematics for many students. It removes the language barrier, not just for second language learners, but for those that are struggling to read. When they've used it for some consecutive years, so students get to 6th grade and they're able to go, from below grade level to approaching standards and moving to exceeding math standards. And taking this away, I feel is setting our students up for failure in a way. And I'm really beseeching you to please consider keeping this, and perhaps, I don't know if one school is able to keep it, if multiple schools are able to keep it, but when we pay $150,000, I believe that's the cost of iReady that we only use twice a year for testing for our benchmark. And I believe this costs $93,000 a year, if I have the numbers correct, that the student basically can use from K6 almost on a daily basis. That seems to be cost worthy, in my opinion. So I really hope that you can ask questions of our district. There's the timer. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, any other comments, Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to our information items. 7A, Quarterly Investment Reports, Chief Business Officer Linda Parker.
Thank you. In accordance with Board Policy 3430, the district is required to disclose quarterly reports of district investments in individual accounts that are $25,000 or more. The Merced County Treasury Investment Report, as well as the Self-Insured Schools of California Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Statement for quarter ending March 31st, 2025 are attached for your review.
That's it?
Correct. This is just an information item, so no action is necessary.
Perfect, thank you. Any public comments in person and online for this item? Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have no in-person comments. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Looks like we have no comments or questions, so thank you for the item, and we should move on to the next one. Item B, 7B, acceptance of revised board policies in the 3000 series. Ms. Chief Business Officer Linda Parker.
Thank you again. As you're aware, the district brings forth board policies as part of our effort to update the policies. Tonight, we have Board Policy 3311, bids. This policy is updated to clarify bidding procedures that must be established in accordance with legal requirements. The update incorporates material from the administrative regulation related to awarding contracts, protests by bidders, and situations where bids are not required. Board Policy 3311.1, Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Procedures. This one has been updated to add language authorizing the governing board to declare that a project can be performed more economically by district employees when all bids are rejected following the first invitation to bid under the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, whether through informal or formal bidding procedures. And lastly, Board Policy 3312, Contracts. Policy updated to broaden the philosophical statement to ensure that contracts entered into by the district meet all applicable legal standards. Adds that board members and employees involved in contracts must comply with the law. The update also clarifies that executed contracts, even those marked confidential or proprietary, are public records unless legally exempt. And this is an information item this evening. It'll come back for consent item next agenda.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parker. Do we have any public comments for this item, in person or online? Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, we have no callers.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any in-person comments? Seeing none, any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, we will move on to our next item. Acceptance of revised board policy in the 4000 series, Director Dr. Dawn Hubble.
Good evening. The district brings forth these board policies as part of our efforts to update policies. It has been a past practice for board policies and bylaws to be reviewed and revised as needed and on an annual basis. Revisions of board policies and bylaws become necessary due to changes in legislative action, legal decisions, and local situations. Board Policy 4118 is an informational item this evening. Dismissal, suspension, and disciplinary action. The policy is updated to generalize the material related to the basis for disciplinary action and reflect the new court decision Visalia Unified School District versus PERB, which held that service as a union officer constitutes protected activity under the Education Employment Relations Act for purposes of complaints of retaliation for union activities, and the retaliation solely for engaging in protected activities is prohibited. Additionally, the policy is updated to amend the list of what may be considered disciplinary actions to more closely align with the law, and in the new section, compulsory leave of absence for consistency with law and the accompanied administrative regulation. Board Policy 4119.11, Sex Discrimination and Sex-Based Harassment. Policy is updated to include material related to sex discrimination in addition to sex-based harassment. Additionally, policy is updated to reflect the new law, Assembly Bill 1955, passed in 2024, which prohibits a district, including a governing board member, from retaliating or otherwise taking adverse action against an employee, including by placing an employee on administrative leave on the basis that the employee supported a student exercising rights specified in certain ed code provisions, performed work in the manner consistent with the district's legal obligations related to educational equity, or provided instruction to students consistent with concurrent content standards, curriculum frameworks, instructional materials adopted by the state board and the state law. In addition, the policy is updated to reflect the new federal regulations. 89 Federal Regulation 33474, which 1, requires districts to provide a notice of non-discrimination on the basis of sex, and 2, requires employees with knowledge of conduct that reasonably may constitute sex discrimination or sex-based harassment in a district educational program, and be notified to the Title IX coordinator. And 3, requires a district with knowledge of any alleged conduct which occurs in the district program or activity after August 1, 2024, that it reasonably may constitute sex discrimination under Title IX, including sex-based harassment, the following Title IX grievance procedures when investigating and resolving complaints. Board Policy 4119.21, professional standards. This is updated to reflect the subcommittee recommending the updates to verbiage and legal counsel review and refinement. These are presented before you as informational items this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Hubble. Do we have any public comments on this item in person or online? Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any comments in person? Seeing none. Any comments or questions from the board? Clerk Delgado.
I think the strength of board policies is the fact that they're in black and white. And so I had already expressed this concern when I see that which defines an employee's private exercise of personal beliefs and activities, including religious, political, et cetera, is stricken. I think that leaves our employees vulnerable because they will not be able to point to something in black and white and say, these are my rights and this is what is protected. I feel similarly when we look at Board Policy 4119, the section regarding sexual harassment, because that which it defines sexual harassment has been stricken. And so it remains unclear to me how an employee or a parent or caregiver can go to these resources and seek verification about what it is that happened and point to the specific board policies. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this item? Thank you, Dr. Hubble. We move on to item 7D, Golden Valley Health Center contract, Superintendent Stocking.
Yes, we have here before us our communications director, Ms. Dominique Zuniga, who has also been working in collaboration with our pupil services director, Dr. Pirtle, who's unable to be here this evening, to share with us the update to information of the Golden Valley Health Center contract.
Good evening, trustees. I'm excited to bring forward to you a proposed item regarding an amendment to an MOU for our current partnership with Golden Valley Health Center. We've been partnering with them since 2023. Our goal is obviously to provide equitable access to every child in our district so that they can have an opportunity to play extracurricular sports, as it's vital to their mental and physical well-being. This amended contract would allow about 395 students to participate in the upcoming sports physicals. That is for 3rd through 8th grade students. That's when we require sports physicals, and that's when sports start in our school district. And the total amount would be about $46,312. I think it's pretty straightforward. We're really excited. They have been a tremendous partner, and it's just awesome to see our students be able to take part in these sports because of an opportunity that we're providing here in this district. Thanks to your support.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Do we have any comments in person or online for this item? Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments? Any questions or comments from the board?
I'd just like to say I think this is pretty cool because this actually came from a parent coming up to the dais, the podium, and saying that, hey, this is something that they were asking us for as a board, and to be able to provide it multiple years is really inviting. So I appreciate it. Thank you for the work and good job.
Thank you again. My question is, will this be available at different locations?
Yes, so up until now, based on approval. So in the years past, we have held it at the child's location because they have the most exam rooms available. But what we will be proposing is to add the Ranchero Health Center, which will provide access to our families that are in those rural locations. So we would propose 2 at that location and then additional 1 at the Childs. And this would be a 1-year agreement so that we can go ahead and get some data to support the numbers and the students that are able to be supported in that area.
I'd also like to see, if possible, like if folks have transportation issues, how we as a district could maybe perhaps look into that. That would be my suggestion, but, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We move on to item 7E, MCSD Educational Services Department's Contracted Services Programs Proposal Overview, Assistant Superintendent Sergio Mendez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stockton, team members, and community members. This evening, I am going to brief you or provide an overview of 16 proposed contracts that will come to you for an action item at the June 24th board meeting. I will provide a very brief overview, but I have both directors and we have some partners in our audience that can provide more information if you have any additional questions. So the first resource that we're going to go over is GoGuardian. It is a safety platform that monitors and detects online activity for signs of mental health concerns. This past school year, this safety platform, alerted us to 1,191 possibilities of either suicide ideation, active planning, self-harm, help and support, thoughts of violence, bullying, etc. This platform is on during school hours and during days that we have both summer session and the school year. This investment is at approximately $80,630. Next slide, please. Zone to Grow is a social emotional learning professional development, both a platform and a consultant. It will serve all of our students and staff. It is an SEL or a social emotional learning platform. It identifies and builds skills within our students. We've seen that a big need for our students is to be able to have the ability to share feelings and then provide some lessons and some feedback for those feelings so that we could monitor them better, just like we do with GoGuardian. This platform provides a universal SEL screener, weekly check-ins, an SEL survey. It is aligned to the the Collaborative for Academic and Social and Emotional Learning. It provides a dashboard, student alerts, much like GoGuardian, and then it is aligned with our MTSS efforts. This investment is at $150,000 per year. We are proposing that we increase school resource officers, 1 per each middle school. School resource officers provide safety, prevention, they're a deterrent, they provide crisis response and emergency response. Some things that they respond to at schools are fights or acts of violence, dangerous objects, controlled substances, and sexual harassment. This past school year, our 2 SROs responded to more than 500 incidents at our schools. This is part of our CCSPP, or our California Community Schools Partnership Program. And the investment here is not to exceed $893,193 approximately. The next slide is an overview of Integra. Integra is a service that provides clinical level mental health services based on need and eligibility. This past school year, at a reduced scale, this service provided services to 31 students, 59 referrals were submitted. This would be funded through our Health and Wellness Committee, or LEA BOP funds. Integra, it partners with the California Consortium for Prevention and Intervention, or CalCPI. This will serve approximately 200 students. Next slide, please. TheraStaffers and 360 Degree. This is a service that we contract to provide speech-language pathologist services to our special education students. In the past, we have had difficulties with finding in-person or hiring in-person speech-language pathologists. That has changed thanks to the efforts of our Human Resources Department and our director, Kevin Smith. In previous years or last year, we contracted for 7 teletherapy SLPs. They provided service for over 455 special education students. This year, this renewal will decrease. We are asking for 2 therastaffers or SLPs at a combined cost of approximately $214,000. The next slide is an overview of PlayWorks. This is a new proposal. It's a social emotional learning partnership. It provides professional development, and this is targeted on-site professional development and ongoing workshops focused on structured play. This is professional development for those that work with students during recess and unstructured time, so our classified staff. I have been a part of bringing on PlayWorks at different districts and different schools and found nothing but success. This investment and this partnership for 1 year costs $320,000 approximately. Next, we will go over Harvest Park Educational Center. Here we are going to propose the summer partnership with Harvest Park Educational Center at today's meetings as an action item, but here's also information about the partnership for next school year. Harvest Park Educational Center works with students from Monday through Friday from 2:10 to 6 p.m. throughout the whole school year. They provide after-school tutoring, social, emotional, and mental health supports, mentoring, and then intersession supports. This past school year, 33% of students grew at least 1 level in reading that partook in Harvest Park Educational Center support, and 64 of the students that took place or participated in these supports improved their attendance. The cost for this investment, for this partnership, is at $812,000 for next school year, and the summer cost is at approximately $212,275. Faith, Love, and Hope, I believe we skipped a slide. Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss that one? Okay. Yes, the Harvest Park numbers are, for the school year, it's $812,280, and for this summer, it's
You said 33%.
Oh, the data? 33% of students grew at least 1 level in reading per our local assessment, and 64% of students improved their attendance. Okay. So the next slide is, I believe, Boys and Girls Club of Merced County. This is a service that last school year provided 250 students access to these services. These services include a safe space that provides homework assistance, technology access, career exploration, relationship building, and recreation. This partnership for the next school year is at an investment of $294,535. Next slide, please. With regards to our partnership with the City of Merced, we would like to continue that partnership by providing recreation and relationship building activities through the City of Merced. In this case, it's basketball and flag football access to up to 540 students. This comes at a cost of $183,000 approximately, and this is funded through our ELOP funds. Next slide, please. Okay. Faith, Love, and Hope is a new proposal that we are bringing forth to the board and will bring forth at the next board meeting. Faith, Love, and Hope provides after-school tutoring with the middle school focus. It provides leadership and academic preparedness. One of its aims is to increase participation in the Black student unions at the high school. They meet with students 1 time per week, and then also on Saturdays. This partnership comes at a cost of $95,000. Butte County Office of Education is who we partner with to provide migrant students, up to 50, with during school and after school tutoring. This has been an ongoing partnership. It provides access for these students that tend to migrate between schools and cities and towns. This is an investment that is at a cost of $37,783. Playhouse Merced is another service that we aim to continue. It's a renewal. It serves up to 420 of our students in 2nd through 6th grades. It provides educational and performing arts enrichment. This past school year, over 300 students received performing arts enrichment through this partnership. It is funded through ELOP. It's an investment of about $120,000. The next service is Camp Green Meadows, officially known as Jack L. Boyd Outdoor School. This serves our 6th graders. It's an educational outdoor science and environmental education program. They visit Camp Green Meadows in Fish Camp. Last school year, 919 students took part in attending Camp Green Meadows. This is an investment of $298,655. As was mentioned earlier, Renaissance provides My On and My On News. This serves all of our students in the district. It is a learning platform that provides access to electronic books for school and home reading. Last school year, over nearly 7,000 students accessed at least one book through this service, and over 265,000 books were accessed by having this valuable resource. The investment for this to continue for another year is $175,000. The next slide is professional development for our dual language immersion efforts here at the school. We are aiming to send up to 12 of our team members to learn more about how to provide DLI, literacy, and then model lessons, and then leadership support for this program. This is an investment of $32,750. And two more. Inform to Inspire is a very valuable service that provides professional development and consulting services for data visualization, and it creates many of our reports and presentations to include our LCAP visualizations here for the district. This is a long partnership with Mr. Joel Rabin. This comes at a cost of $66,000. And then finally, the last proposal has already been mentioned and reviewed by Ms. Zuniga. It is our partnership to increase our partnership with Golden Valley Health Centers. With that, that is a brief overview of the contracts and the partnerships that we propose to bring forth on June 24th. I will field any questions, and then our directors are on standby, as well as some of our partners are here in the audience.
Thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Mendez. Do we have any public comments in person or online for this item? Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments about this item? Go ahead. Can you turn on the mic?
My name is Jaime Calderon, principal at Joe Stephanie Elementary. I appreciate the opportunity to openly, as stakeholders, talk about these items and the request to do so. I wanted to just mention something about Go Guardian. I realize that I may be speaking for the elementary world, but Go Guardian turns out to be more work than benefit for us. I just polled one of my colleagues. In all of the Go Guardian reports, one item turned out to be of a student who actually had a need for mental health. In my case, multiple Go Guardian reports with full investigations that took up a lot of personnel time and energy, and not a single one. I did have a student who needed mental support at the end of the year, and it turned out that that student was reported to us by colleagues of hers who became very concerned. That's actually the way in which we really get tips on kids who really need support. So I just wanted to give you my humble opinion that Go Guardian, I think the middle school might be different, so I do want to acknowledge that, but Go Guardian for elementary schools turns out to be a whole lot of work with very little benefit for us. Last thing, a lot of keywords that are used for assignments, a lot of keywords that are used for kids looking up things that are in games that turn out to be nothing. And so we have to do a full investigation and then clear it out. And it just takes up a lot of valuable time and there's really no benefit for us. So I just thought I'd throw that out as far as the input for that item. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Hi, Joshua Shaw, Learning Director of Vera Middle School. I just wanted to say how exciting it is to have SROs be invested in. Very excited to see that we're going to have one for each site. On top of the 500 incidents they're involved with, the impact on the community by having positive interactions with law enforcement at an early age is a huge investment in community safety. And I think it's one of the best parts of that program and what they offer our sites. So, obviously we love their support. We miss them very much when we're sharing them, and some days are worse than others in that regard. But I'm very happy to see the investment and that to be considered. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please proceed with your comment. There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Pastor Phil Jenkins, and I just wanted to make a comment about, thank you for your reading off everything you have there. As we look at the numbers that were given for like your SROs, like 200 and something thousand as far as what's going to be paid. What I want us to think about as we look at the different things that are coming before us to approve for after-school programs, those kind of things. If we look at what we invest upfront, meaning how much we do to help our students before than after. SRO is great. Believe me, I work for the school district. I have nothing against the SROs. They do a wonderful job. But I think if we look at the overall picture of all those that you read off and the money that's going to be spent, let's not get scared for the amount, because if you really want to be scared of the amount, the state of California right now, we're spending anywhere from $280,000 to $300,000 a year to incarcerate one youth in juvenile hall. Now let's let that sink in for a moment. Almost $300,000 to incarcerate one youth. So as this board thinks about what you're going to fund and what we're going to do within our community to help our students, please, let's look at helping them before they become incarcerated in our system, and then we got to spend more money to bring them back and start all over again. That is all public information, Department of Finance, Criminal Justice, you look it up. Merced County alone, with the CYAs being closed, your students are not being sent away. They have to keep them in the county to serve them. HSA gets funding also to help with that. Mental health. Why do we have to wait till they become to a need of mental health instead of spending some funding up front to limit what we need with mental health? So as you're thinking about this, and as a pastor, as I get to see it on both sides, working for Merced Union High School District, dealing with students and their discipline issues in lieu of suspension, if we can do more for them, and you have agencies, you have programs, after-school programs that are offering that assistance, but I don't think we're taking them serious enough, and we keep looking at the amount. If you want to look at amount, again, do your research and see what take that same student from one of your after-school programs and put them in juvenile hall at $300,000 a year.
Thank you for your comment. Please proceed with your comment.
Is it on?
Hold on, just for the record, I'm recusing myself from anything that has to do with Playhouse.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you. But she's just making a comment. Okay, you want to, okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rose Pino, and I am the Education Director of Playhouse Merced. And I just wanted to say that I love the program as both someone who taught there as an instructor last year, and also as now the Education Director and instructor of the conservatory shows that we have at Playhouse. I think it really is beneficial for the students who are within not just the outreach program, but then they sometimes come back into the conservatory program. And there are kids who are now in stage shows at Playhouse who are able to come up to their parents and be so amazed that they got a lead role, or were able to help paint sets, or learn how to speak in front of people. And I have seen young kids and parents come up to me and said they weren't even able to speak to anyone when they were young, and now they're on stage performing in front of 200 people. So yeah, I think it's a wonderful program. I also have Marcel.
Hi, my name is Marcel. I'm the outreach coordinator. So with the school district over the last few years, I've been going out there to the schools, and we've been making plays with the kids. It's been a wonderful experience for us. For them, they seem to like it pretty much. It's pretty cool. It's been working out, and we just want to express gratitude to the school district for having us there. We hope to see a lot more growth with the young ones there. And as they transition over to things at the Playhouse, or maybe they don't get to do that, but they do get this wonderful opportunity for a couple of weeks to create their own story, and to make their own little world and present it to their peers and their families and the other instructors and teachers at their schools. And overall, it's just been a really great experience. We hope to continue to do that with the district. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tyler Williams. Good afternoon. I just wanted to make a comment on Love, Faith, and Hope that was brought up. I'm just going to comment for Miss Loretta, she can't be here, but the program. Oh, sorry. I didn't know she was here. But, well, the program that they were talking about is called the Black Student, Black Student, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay, take your time, don't worry.
The BSU Community Prep Academy. And it's something that me and my sister started when we were in high school, because when we started high school, it was during 2020. So it was kind of a hard transition from middle school to high school. So we thought that we'd make a community club that would kind of help students transition easier. So it's kind of not just, I know that in the thing it said that it was for Black students to transition to BSU, but it's kind of more than that. It's a lot more than that. It helps them with anxiety just going to school in general. And it also helps with meeting students who are also going to be in their colleges, their high schools that they're going to go to. So students who are going to Rivera to maybe Merced High will be able to meet with students who are at Merced High right now and just get mentorships and things like that. So I just feel like it's a really important program, and I was glad to hear that it was up there. So yeah, I just want to say that.
Thank you for your comment. You did a good job.
Buenas noches. Quiero presentar algo que es importante, porque falta dinero para gente que es de migrantes. En su programa enseña a los niños 2 idiomas y prestan a los padres las cosas que se aprenden. Aquí, cuando tiene su dinero, no es claro cuántos años que usa ese dinero y si este es en medio de las cosas que necesita. En mis pensamientos, que las cosas que necesitan es que cuando tiene el programa de contrato, necesita hacer dinero mitad para los otros años y necesita un programa para juntar los dinero para enseñar para los años que venga de contrato o algo así. Está bien para los niños latinos, pero a nosotros somos castaños y necesito más ayuda de otra gente, porque en parte no tiene libros, no tiene tiempo para alguien a venir a enseñar a los niños negros en las cosas muy importantes. Es algo a pensar. Cuando tienen el dinero, no es suficiente para los niños que faltan. Por favor, a ustedes que hablan en español, porque ese problema es de ustedes también. Y no más en las cosas de Dios, Él sabe mucho. Y es que creemos. Tenemos el señor Jenkins que venga a decir las mismas cosas. Y no más en inglés es, we need your support financially. We would like you to consider the children for more than just 1 or 2 years and the things that they're going to need for their education. It's kind of sad when there is funds for those children and it's not used, or it's gone back to Sacramento or whatever IRP you're using to get your progress in your program needs. But in my experience as an educator, it's very necessary because the time that we have at this time, the schools want security for safety. Safety against who and for what? It's usually against the African-American students. They're being killed in a place where they are supposed to go and learn. They're being bullied. The things that they need, they're not getting. When they go home, sometimes they don't have food. They have to go to programs that serve from noon or whatever. So it was just something to come to your attention, and I pray that you all help our minority children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is Shirley Windsor, 40 years of Head Start teaching. I want to bring it to your attention that Love, Faith, and Hope is a program that helps children. I'm going to give you an example. My grandson, he was failing. He had all Fs. And I asked him, why is he getting good? He said, well, I try to ask the teacher, and the teacher, so I said, we got to work harder. So I try to help him. I enrolled him in the after-school program through Love, Faith, and Hope. He graduated with A's, all A's, just this year. And it really does help. He worked hard. He started with the B's going up. Then he went on with the A's. So I'm proud of him. And his self-esteem is so low. He's so happy now. He's more open. He used to be just quiet, walk around quiet. And he's not in a gang. He's just really shy. But now he's opening up since he's been attending that program. And I'm gonna tell you, that's an awesome program. And I thank every last one of everybody in Love, Faith, and Hope that helped my child, my grandchild, okay? So that's what's happening with that after-school program.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Monique Williams. I do want to say I'm excited to see the Merced City School District Board. I voted for many of you. Excited to see you here and to see the diverse group of individuals here. You guys look great. It's just a great representation of Merced, and I've been here for 17 years. I'm a little nervous too. Tyler, My daughter, she made me a little nervous.
You're doing a
so
great job.
I'll shake it off, but, and I just got off work, I'm a little tired, but what I will say is that I'm very grateful for Merced City School District. 4 of my children have went through this district and graduated from Merced High School. Many of these programs that are the after school programs, my children took advantage of them. And I would like to tell you that the outcomes, these are not programs, like HPEC and the different programs that just came up. These are not new programs. My children my last 2 children are in college right now. So for me, the other 2 children that are older, one is in Fresno PD Academy. He graduates next week. And then the other one, my daughter, she works for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. She's a supervisor. And then my last 2, Tyla's at San Francisco State. She will be a doctor. And my 18-year-old is at UC Merced, and she arrived at UC Merced as a when she graduated 12th grade with an AA. Merced City School District really, and the Lord, has been good to my children, but I'm very grateful for these after-school programs that I took full advantage of and that I was very appreciative for. And I am on the board of one of them, so I won't say too much about Love, Faith, and Hope, but I will say that the reason why I joined the board was because of the years that were poured into my children. And even when my children were in Merced City School District, when they were going through school, I always was part of our school district after-school programs, and I was on their boards, and I was always trying to do anything to help. So I really don't want you to take lightly that these programs that are standing here, everybody didn't just come here just to look and smile at you. It really is that we need these programs. We need the funding to go to these programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other comment? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Allison. I just have a brief statement regarding speech pathology online. I don't think that's beneficial at all for students that are development disadvantaged. I don't think that that's where, that's one of the subjects that are help for students that shouldn't be online. It just doesn't make sense to me. But thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, Board. My name is Daryl Davis. I wanted to speak on behalf of Harvest Park Educational Center. I came involved many years ago. I've had 2 kids go through the debutante part of their program, which is tied, and they also went to after school. But there was something more that me and my wife got out of it. It was the character, the stuff that they don't teach in school. So character, I know you have the 7 pillars of character, and I know it's through most of the schools I visit. We don't emphasize on the characters of the kids, and I'm very appreciative and thankful for Harvest Park for them. And then on another note, something very recent happened. I brought my nephew out from Detroit last year. Couldn't basically read or write, or he wouldn't read and write. He went through the program out at UC Merced. And he sent me something that just blew my mind out yesterday. He sent me a report card from now he's living in New Mexico, change of environment, New Mexico, and he had 2 A's, a B, and a D. From what he was at in Detroit. So that's what the value of HPEC brings. The character, even his character changed. So these programs, HPEC and Faith, Hope, and Love, and many others, they're worth every penny. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. There were no online comments for this, right, Ms. Gates? Just want to verify.
President Laccaretti, there are no online callers.
Now I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. I'm sure we have a few questions or comments. Go ahead, Trustee McCutcheon.
So for
I'm a little confused about Love, Faith, and Hope because it mentioned about BSU and the high school, but then I'm hearing that they're also a tutoring organization, but then you're only contracted for a Saturday. So I guess my question is, do we have tutoring on all our campuses now? And then I want to talk about Harvest Park. Okay, so my little guy also has attended Harvest Park, and I wanted to let you know that they have made a big impact in his life, not just with the behavioral, but he's actually wanting to read. When we go into the store, he's trying to sound out things. He never cared before, you know? And so it was a little troublesome to me at first because it was brought that you guys wouldn't be coming back, but then we had a conversation, talked with the superintendent, and when it was all over with, she says, whatever the kids need. Whatever the kids need. And that's where we're at now. All these contracts coming up, it's whatever our kids need. So again, I thank all of you for coming up and talking. I thank the community for being here and speaking out. That says a lot, and we are listening.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
So you know that once I say something, it's gone, right? No, I just wanted to know, when they brought the contract up, it was about Black Student Union, and it was talking about the high school, but then someone else came up and spoke about the tutoring part of it, and then I know that the contract is only for a Saturday, I believe. So how does that?
We still will be doing tutoring during the week. And the Saturday one will be with the school district that we meet with the students. From the school district, we do tutoring during the week as well.
You're contracted for our district during the week, but no? What am I?
It's just on Saturday.
So there's a lot going on in middle school. So this is a program that's targeting middle school students.
Mm-hmm.
For an example, there's sports year-round, and there's other opportunities like there's band, there's also other tutorials at the school site. There is, throughout the year, there's, again, chairs brought in. And so there's competing interest for time for our middle school students. So we want to start a pilot program to develop this partnership with Love, Faith, and Hope in Merced City to develop the grassroots effort to develop this program, get the word spread, and then we can continue to expand that. But we want to start with Saturdays because Saturdays, like another vendor is having success on Saturdays because they're not competing interests, taking away, making the program not be as successful as it could be. So we want to make sure we're starting this partnership, and as it's going to be proposed here tonight and even potentially approved tomorrow, or sorry, next board meeting on the 24th. But we want to start with this pilot program to get the word out, develop the interest, develop the awareness so that it can continue to potentially expand.
So the other vendors, are they tutoring programs also on Saturday, or is it, we're talking about sports?
Well, with this specific, there's no other tutorial besides another vendor in the town that does tutorial. Actually, there's a couple that do tutorials on Saturdays. And again, there's competing interests during the week with athletics and other clubs that are happening on middle school campuses that we felt on Saturdays. We could potentially develop, again, a good group of students, get them all together, provide transportation, get them all in one spot so we can, as it's mentioned, build bridges between students as they transition to the high school.
And then my last question is, we have how many schools?
18. Well, with specific this, we're targeting middle school students.
So this is specifically for middle school?
So far, yes.
Okay, that answered my question.
Okay, do we have, Trustee John? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple questions. I need clarifications. For those of you who contract $100,000 and below, I don't have a lot of questions for you, but for those who are over $100,000, I know that we just renewal. I just like to see what are some benchmark, what are some successes? Are there any reporting, annual reporting? What are the data really showing our student improvement? And how many students are duplicate or unduplicates? And how do we know that we're getting a bang for the bucks that we're contracting them? For those who are new, I think that we should all offer them new services, but for annually or renewal, that it's over $100,000, I just want to find out, is this worthwhile to renew? Are we getting, the bang for our bucks with the number of students that needed the service, so that we could really renew the contract? So that's just my question. So that's more of an administration, but I'd like to hear a little bit more. Any testimony out there for those who are coming in more than a couple years in the services? I'd like to hear more of that, like the impact you make in our students and the number of students that you actually go through your program and serve. That will help me think through when we're voting this, because I believe at the end of the day, it is about our children, our students. But some of those services aren't that good. And I know, because I'm in the community as well. So I just want to make sure that we do diligently to give the people who do a great job more money, and the people who are not doing so great job should not renew. So that's just my point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any comments? Trustee Brooks? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this presentation. I do have a couple questions on a couple of the programs. As my colleague Zhang said, us as the board has asked repeatedly, if we having contracts come up, can we see the performance? What did they do last year? Who attended? How many kids attended? What was the ethnic school? What was the school? What was their scores? Things like that. Because if we're giving them contracts for example, and I noticed we have about 10 or 11 contracts, but Harvest Park is the only one that you read as far as when it came to the data that we received data that they have 16 contracts. So Harvest Park was the only contract that we heard any data on when it came to our kids and when it came to their reading levels and their attendance. The Boys and Girls Club, the investment is $300,000, and we still to this day do not know what the Boys and Girls Club do. I don't know if my other colleagues, I don't know what they do. Is it tutoring? How many kids go there? Is it, are they gaining anything when it comes to their reading and math scores? So that's something that I really want to know about the Boys and Girls Club, and how it says homework assistant. So that means tutoring. So we should see some kind of score, increasing their scores when it comes to reading and math. The City of Merced, it's $183,000 contract for the summer. I get it. Yes, City of Merced has a lot of great programs, but a lot of times African-American kids and Hispanic kids don't have access to it. So when it comes to the City of Merced and this contract, it's a wonderful relationship, but I do want to know how we're going to vet these kids. Because a lot of times, every summer I go to McNamara Park, and the people that are swimming in McNamara Park pool don't even live in that area. They don't look like us. So I want to make sure that the relationship we have with the City of Merced, when we're vetting these kids, it's an equitable process so everybody has the ability to move forward. Playhouse, I have to excuse myself from Playhouse because my wife is the president and my daughter is the star of one of the shows, but it is a wonderful program. I actually went to my first Renaissance Fair with Playhouse about a week ago, and they had a bunch of kids there doing their thing as far as acting, and it was a lot of their first time being at that Renaissance Fair. So Playhouse definitely is a wonderful opportunity for our children. And that's the only thing Harvest Park, of course, We went to their graduation and we seen about 30 families, and Trustee McCutcheon actually got video from a lot of the families that were excited and glad that their children have participated. So I do agree with a lot of these contracts that we're going forward. I am going to question the Go Guardian only because we have somebody that stand up there and say about the Go Guardian. And I think that's about it.
Trustees, your feedback is noted. We provided some data for our contracted services at a previous presentation. And then we have some information with Boys and Girls Club. Boys and Girls Club serves 250 students. The ethnic breakdown is 37% African American, 51% white or Hispanic, and then 7% other, and then 4% declined to state. Students that participated and had access to a safe place through Boys and Girls Club, 27% of them improved at least one level with regards to reading.
How can you lump whites and Hispanics together?
That was, we didn't have the ability when we ran this data to divide them up, but for future information, we'll be able to provide that.
Thank you.
Trustee Delgado.
So we seem to be asking for the same information and not receiving it in a consistent manner. So one of the things that I would put forward to Ed Services is if there is a template that could be developed so that way our vendors are clear on what our expectations are, that they can go through and fill in. And if they want to provide additional information, then they're welcome to do that. There's two things that I wanted to speak about, one related to technology and then the other to HPEC and their graduation ceremony. With regard to the technical aspect and the need for apps or the utilization of apps by our students, I want to see that for the renewed contracts, because I don't know of any other apps or programs that yielded the significant results like ST Math, to the point where I already contacted MIR to find out why it is that their 6th grade scores were so high. And so to see that contract not be renewed is concerning when I haven't seen or heard the same about the other technological apps that are before us tonight for information purposes. And then with regard to, and I also would like to know if a site-by-site contract is available, since it seems to be yielding success at MIR and maybe something that other schools may want to look at that are struggling in the area of math. Then with regard to HPEC, I just want to reflect upon a conversation. I don't even know if you know that I heard it, but you approached a parent and you said, it's nice to see you without having to have a difficult conversation. And what I loved about that was the fact that difficult conversations take place. And when you're willing to have difficult conversations with students and with young people, they realize that you care and that you're invested in them. And yes, at first they're going to rebel against that, right? Because maybe they haven't had that experience before. But what I saw there that day was love and respect, not only for all of you, but for their fellow, cohort, if you will, or participants. And that's where the human component comes through. And that's when we start to see absenteeism go down. So thank you for that. And I appreciated the opportunity to be there.
Okay, thank you for all your comments. I have a few questions/comments about the Go Guardian, the concern that was raised. If you can provide us some information about that. How much work is it really when you have to investigate? How much time of the principals and learning director is taken up? If you could just shine some light on that.
It just depends on the severity, and once you look into it, if it's transient or if it has more material backing to it, it just depends. There's no way to really quantify how much time it takes. The platform and the services that it provides is very valuable because it provided over 1,000 heads up to the possibility of self-harm, suicidal ideation, etc. So to quantify how much time it takes, that's impossible. It does take time. We want to be thorough whenever we're alerted to any type of these concerns, and we want to follow up.
She's going to ask a Go Guardian question.
With the Go Guardian subscription, are you utilizing the option where parents are notified if there is an alert?
I believe we're not.
Okay, because do you think that that might alleviate some of the administrative workload?
We can look into that. We can look into that possibility.
Before I make any other questions or comments, I just want to say thank you for putting this together. I know this is not easy, and this is something we just started. You heard our feedback. This is an informational item. I know our meetings are going to go really long, but I think we're in this cycle now of like, we're going to give this information to you multiple times so we can look at it. So I really appreciate that. That's based on our feedback. And you saw how many people spoke on it today. So I think it's really important. They saw the dollar amounts, they saw what the benefits were. So I really appreciate the work that goes into this because it's an additional ask, and thank you for providing that. So having said that, yeah, so what I want to also understand is like, yes, these are all so many programs, but are you sending like surveys? For example, for Go Guardian, are you sending surveys to the principals to see if it's working? Because for me, like the goal 2 is like, social emotional learning, right? That's like the LCAP goal 2. We have if we approve these contracts next time, just for goal 2, it's like $1.5 million, all to address behavior. But the teachers are telling you the classroom behaviors are still not changing. I still keep hearing behavior in classroom, behavior in classroom. We have PBIS, we have all these things. What more do we need to do to change that? These are great programs, but what can we do to help the teachers in the classrooms because these are like either after or before school or something else, but how do you help the teachers in the classrooms who are going through behavior issues?
Well, previous presentations and including this one did mention how we're doing that. We're providing some professional development to classified staff for unstructured time. Recess is where most of the behaviors either are started or end up happening. They directly impact the classroom when they go back to the classroom, so that's one of the big elements. We also previously spoke about partnering with Restorative Justice League to provide 14 behavior technicians that are trained in restorative practices, 1 per elementary. So we are very cognizant that we want to add layers to provide support to everyone and to improve outcomes. We're also very, very cognizant about making sure that we have the data to provide the rationale.
Oh, whoa, hello.
And on that note.
No, I have more
on that
questions.
note.
I have more questions about the school resource officer. So I don't know if you've seen on, I think it's either EdSource or Cal Matters, there was an extensive article about school resource officers and the utility of those officers. I'm not saying that they're not needed. I haven't seen the data. It's the first time I've heard like they responded to 500 incidents. I just need to understand, and for equity, we want, I support what they're doing, but I'd just like to know more, how are they helping in middle schools to prevent certain things, or do we need 4 police officers and pay for their, pay for their emergency vehicle, like $91,000?
This is a proposal. Part of this presentation is so that you could take the information and then we could have continual conversations and provide that information for you. It is a service. I am privy to the article. It is a service. It's safety, prevention, and a deterrent. And that's what it provides for our middle schools. We currently have 2. The proposal is to increase to 4, right? Other elements come naturally with having a safe and secure environment, with having the perception of having a safe and secure environment. But ultimately, I mean, it's our collective decision.
Oh, yeah, that's where I'm asking, because we have campus liaisons, we have on elementary schools.
We have lots of layers to provide supports to our schools, yes.
Yeah, so it's a salary, $152,000, benefits, $96,000, but they're only here
70% of the time, so is the salary reflected only for 70% of the time?
Yes, this is for 70% of the time because it encompasses a school year,
Okay.
180 days plus.
And I would add to that, President Laccaretti, the vehicle is in expanding. Remember, the goal is to have one per middle school, but they support all 4 of our quads. So that transportation for them to be able to get to wherever they're called to also support our elementaries is where the vehicle component comes in.
But if we're contracting with Merced PD, don't they have vehicles?
Not enough to equip additional staff.
Okay, yeah, and maybe that's an offline conversation I think we need to have.
They're all very relevant questions, so just, that was our preparation, and we can provide more information on
Yeah,
that.
it would be, yeah, because what, and how are they trained to handle, because, they have their full gear, so how are they trained to stop a fight, right, when you're in, and if I saw somebody like that, maybe I would be scared, but I just don't so I want a little explanation into, do we need to have militarized
We can touch base for
uniforms
for
on middle
continual-
schools,
we
right?
can
Like,
touch base.
that's, thank you. So those are the kinds of questions I have. It's great, I appreciate the comments about interacting with them and having this healthy relationship with law enforcement at an early age, but I'm also cognizant of there's a lot of trauma in our area, so associated with law enforcement sometimes, so having militarized police officers, so that's something that maybe we could talk about, how they can dress, or those are the kinds, are we open to those kinds of conversations?
We can pursue those, and your comments are noted.
I have one last question about Inform to Inspire. It talks about visualization and consulting services, so are you, and I think I asked this when this was first presented in 2023, and when I said, why do we need someone to do a presentation? And the answer that I received at that point, well, we didn't go to art school. None of us went to art school to do a PowerPoint presentation. Do we really need to spend that time?
It's not just PowerPoints, it's brochures, it's packets, it's our LCAP type magazine type of layout, it's posters, and then it's very, very good consulting with regards to how to approach these different elements of a school district and how to present them to the community, et cetera.
But we have a communications department and an IT visualization department, right? Is it that? Right, like that.
We do, and they also do produce documents. This is more of a high-level data visualization, things that are public-facing. They can also take information, translate that into a system process output. So these are visualizations that many businesses use as we are designing internal processes, visualizations for the public that include processes as well. We can explore it further.
Yeah, because when you say measure, it says not applicable, so there's no way to measure if this is successful or not, correct?
Well, it would be what's produced and the consulting time that the gentleman takes with our team members.
Yeah, so I just want to bring that up.
We can bring some samples for you to look at.
Yeah, that would be
Absolutely.
helpful to know, who produces what, when did
Absolutely.
we use them, so that I understand. So what is the supplemental, if we didn't, I know it's not a big dollar amount, but the idea that we're relying on so many consultants for everything when we have, or we can build a capacity within, would be great, so that's just my comment. Go ahead, Trustee McCutcheon.
So, the Go Guardian, did I say it right?
Yes.
And it's for?
It detects when students are writing or looking up information or certain words or certain phrases that could be associated with either threats, self-harm, et cetera.
All right, and then the dual immersion trainings, did we talk about that? Okay, so I just want to go on record saying I've called the number about 3 or 4 times now, left my name to try to get my kid enrolled to find out how it works, and nobody's called me back. So I just wanted to go on record with that. Okay, so maybe we can turn them to return phone calls.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you.
So any other questions or comments? If not, we will move to Item 8, report
Thank you.
highlights of the governor's proposals for the 2025-26 state budget and K-12 education. Chief Business Officer, Ms. Linda Parker.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. Though Governor Newsom's May revision does not reflect significant changes from his January proposal, impacts such as elevated tariffs, immigration policies, and cuts to the federal workforce are mentioned as a cause for a change in outlook since January. The big three sources of state revenue, which are personal income, corporation, and sales and use taxes, are projected to be lower by $4.8 billion over the budget window. The May revision and what will become the 25-26 enacted budget in late June does have some risks. The financial impact of wildfires in Southern California and federal policy and funding changes being pursued by the new federal administration bring a risk of additional state budget shortfalls in future years. The federal administration's tariff policies and potential federal funding reductions and layoffs could negatively affect the state's economy, reduce state revenues, and increase state costs. The May revision assumes a growth recession, a period of below-trend growth and rising unemployment, but does not reflect a traditional economic recession. Given the inconsistent federal tariff policy, stock market volatility, heightened uncertainty among both businesses and consumers, and higher inflation expectations, the relative probability of a recession is higher than in a typical period of normal growth and stability. In a mild recession, state revenues could be around $14 billion lower than the May revision forecast. Next slide, please. The May revision fully funds the statutory cost of living adjustment, or COLA, of 2.3% for the local control funding formula, which is slightly lower than the January estimate of 2.43%. The statutory COLA is proposed to be applied to other education programs funded outside of the LCFF, including the Equity Multiplier, Special Education, Child Nutrition, and the Mandate Block Grant. To help address the budget shortfall, the May revision proposes to suspend the COLA in 25-26 for the California State Preschool Program. It's important to note that the state is proposing to use one-time monies to fund the statutory COLA, which does lead to some uncertainty regarding sustainability going forward. The state's proposal currently defers $1.8 billion in LCFF payments from June to July of 2026. School districts are entitled to supplemental grant increases equal to 20% of the adjusted base grant for the percentage of enrolled students who are English learners, eligible for free or reduced price meals program, or in foster care. An additional 65% per pupil increase is provided as a concentration grant for each percentage of the eligible students beyond 55% of total enrollment, with 15% of the concentration grant to be used to increase the number of adults providing direct services to students. The state's 25-26 investment in universal transitional kindergarten totals $2.1 billion in ongoing funding to support full implementation of universal TK so that all children who turn 4 years old by September 1st of the school year can enroll in TK. This is a slight decrease from the governor's budget estimate of $2.4 billion. The budget also provides an accumulated amount of $1.2 billion in ongoing funding to support lowering the average student-to-adult ratio from 12-to-1 to 10-to-1 in every TK class. This is also lower than the $1.5 billion included in the governor's budget for this same purpose. Next slide, please. The May revision increases the proposed adjustment for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP, from $4.43 billion to $4.51 billion in total ongoing funds for full implementation of the program, increasing the number of LEAs that offer universal access to students from those with an unduplicated pupil percentage of at least 75% to those with an unduplicated pupil percentage of at least 55%. This funding also includes ongoing support to LEAs with less than 55% unduplicated pupils to provide access to all unduplicated pupils. Additionally, the May revise includes an additional $10 million to increase the minimum grant amount from $50,000 to $100,000 per LEA. The May revision also proposes reducing the investment in the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant from $1.8 billion to $1.7 billion. The governor maintains flexibility of the grant to address rising costs and other state priorities, which could include professional development for teachers on the ELA/ELD framework, professional development for teachers on the mathematics framework, teacher recruitment and retention strategies, and career pathways and dual enrollment. Proposed funds would be dispersed based on average daily attendance. The governor has proposed no changes to his proposal to restore $378.6 million to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant to support learning recovery initiatives through the 27-28 school year. We will wait to see at the end of June what is funded with respect to these grants in the enacted state budget. And lastly, on this slide, go back one more. The May Revise proposes $90.7 million in additional ongoing funding to fully fund the Universal Meals Program in 25-26, and also includes a reduction of $177.5 million in remaining unused general fund dollars from a $2 billion one-time allocation that was provided to the Office of Public School Construction in the 2023 Budget Act. These funds were made available on an as-needed basis for fire-impacted LEAs through August of 2025. However, impacted schools have indicated they do not plan to apply for the funds by this date. Proposition 2 facilities funds would be made available as needed for fire-impacted LEAs moving forward. Next slide. Governor Newsom does not specifically propose additional funding for the California State Teachers Retirement System, or CalSTRS, or the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, for employer contribution rate relief for LEAs. Based on current assumptions, CalPERS employer contributions would decrease slightly from 27.05% in 24-25 to 26.81% in 25-26 before increasing in subsequent years, while CalSTRS employer contribution rates are expected to remain the same from prior year at 19.1%. The governor also does not currently make any changes to the already enacted California state minimum wage schedule. Next slide. As a reminder, the governor's May revision is the next step in the process. Work is underway currently at the state level as reflected on the flow chart above. We do expect an on-time budget in June. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Ms. Gates, do we have any online callers for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Any questions or comments from the board? I have a question about, thank you again, thank you for this presentation. I think we're in a good financial place for our district. And I'd just like to highlight one thing about the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. We heard from a lot of folks here today. The legislature really wants this program to go to after school and before school, right? That was the whole intention after COVID and seeing the need. What I really like to see in our district is really have an ELOP program at every site, before and after school, because I've driven by schools where students are waiting in front of the school. So I really would like to see the capacity built up in ours at MCSD so that there's opportunities at every site for every kid instead of being driven to different sites. So and the program is here to stay. I think they're going to fund this for a long time. And we really appreciate the state in recognizing the importance of these expanded learning opportunities and continuing to fund them. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we move to consent agenda. Items placed under the consent category are considered routine in nature and or within the $35,000 threshold. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted. Does anybody want to pull any item for separate consideration?
No, I would like to, because consent is regular stuff that comes up. I would like to eventually see, because a year ago we made a resolution for the lowest performing students, and then we said we would do it biannually. So that means twice a year. It's been a year and we haven't even talked about that resolution again. So I would like to see in consent, I would like to see something about the resolution like at least every 3 months, because that was the board's consensus as far as what was important to us.
Just for clarity, are we talking about for the upcoming school year?
Well, we passed a resolution for the upcoming
Yes.
school year, which was this year, but
Yes.
nothing was done with it. So that's what I'm saying. We should at least put that where we regularly see that, because a lot of people are looking for that also.
The report, you mean?
The
Information?
resolution.
Okay.
What we've done with the resolution.
I hear you. Okay, thank you.
Last year, we passed a resolution because the district didn't have a resolution for the lowest performing students. And then inside of that resolution, we said we will visit this resolution biannually, meaning twice a year, to see its performance. What I'm saying, it's a year now, and we haven't visited that resolution not one time. I have people asking me, has the resolution passed? And I have to tell them, the resolution passed a year ago. They ask me what we done with it, and I have to tell them nothing. So that's what I'm saying. My constituents are asking about this resolution that we passed that was supposed to be for the lowest performing kids, and it seems like everything else is coming ahead of that.
Thank you,
The dual
Trustee.
emergence and other things are coming ahead of what the board asked for. That's all.
Do you want to see that resolution in consent? Well,
No, I want to see that resolution at least every 3 months, because as a board, that's what we said
yes,
was our main goal.
thank you. But do we have any other questions or comments? Or if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent as submitted.
Motion.
It's a motion by Clerk Delgado.
Second.
Second by Trustee Brooks. All those this is just says roll call vote. Let's do a roll call vote.
President Lackaretti?
Yes?
Trustee Zhang? Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee McCutcheon?
Yes.
Trustee Delgado, yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Can I propose like a 5-minute break?
No. Good.
We're going to propose a 5-minute break. Okay, good. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 9:15. Thank you. we're back. Thank you. We now are at item 10, Board Action Superintendent. Item 10A, gifts, grants, and bequests, Superintendent Stocking.
Thank you, President Lacqueretti. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the acceptance of gifts, grants, and bequests in the amount of $337. This is for Givens Elementary. It is a monetary check donated by the Costco Workplace Giving Campaign, managed by Front Stream.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the gift to our school. So it's a board action item? Board action, okay, it's not listed, okay. Do we have any questions or comments about this item? If not, I will entertain a motion. Motion by Clerk Delgado, second by Trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes. Item 11, Educational Services, 11A, MCSD Local Control Accountability Plan Public Hearing, Director Aaron Alexander.
Good evening, trustees. The LCAP is a living document collaboratively developed with meaningful education partner engagement. It is a comprehensive strategic plan for all students and a continuous improvement tool that serves as a blueprint to address local needs. The LCAP describes the goals, actions, and expenditure to support equitable opportunities for students that align with state and local priorities. The state priorities pursuant to California Education Code 52060D include teacher credentials, pupil outcomes, parental involvement, and family engagement, pupil achievement, pupil engagement, school climate, implementation of state standards, and course access. It is recommended that the Board of Education hold and open a public hearing for the 2025-26 MCSD LCAP.
All right. I open the public hearing at 9:21 p.m. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lacqueretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any in-person comments? We do.
Yes, you do. Greetings, Merced City School District, Board of Trustees, administrative staff, and to the audience. I am Estella Dunn, and I'm the chairperson for the Merced Black Parallel School Board. Ms. Pamela Merritt Bennett and I are here tonight to speak to you on behalf of the Black Parallel about recommendations that we made for the 2025-26 LCAP update. It is important to note that our recommended solutions to removal of barriers for African American students will work just as effectively for other marginalized student groups. One I want to talk about is the outreach specialists, which would communicate directly with our African American families. No one has been hired in this position, but it is needed immediately. This person would be in direct contact with parents to ensure they get crucial information that will help their child and to intervene and help bring parents and school staff together when the child feels that he or she is experiencing a hostile school environment. This person would also act as a social worker to help the child and family with resources such as housing, food, and transportation to improve their lives and the educational experience for the child. Now, we have recently learned that the administrative approval has been received and that the contract and details is underway. So glad to hear that. Now, my next thing I want to talk about is Restorative Justice Program. I am glad to hear the Restorative Justice League is now in the Merced City School District schools, however, not at all of the schools. These peace circles in particular must be implemented for all grade levels. There also must be training for both the students and staff, and we are looking forward to seeing them on all Merced City School District campuses. Now, we didn't find any language indicating that this recommendation had been accepted, but now we have been assured that the contracts for Restorative Justice League, that they're in process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so I'm continuing on, and the recommendation, hire diverse, certificated, and classified staff. Our recommendation specifically is to create a temporary, part-time, certificated or classified district recruiter position paid at about $40,000 per year. The recruiter would establish a long-term, day-to-day working relationship between Merced City School District and HBCU career placement offices. He or she would conduct the mundane, persistent connections and work that will result in the promotion of the city school district and Merced as an LEA and community where HBCU teacher candidates want to work. City School District and Merced Union High School District do not compete for the same teachers. We suggest a collaboration between the two districts around the hiring and funding of this temporary position. The recommendation to hire more African-American staff was accepted, but the recommendation of how recruitment should be done was not. In-class, individualized additional academic help for the district's lowest performing students. And I believe this is a part of the resolution, or does address one part of the resolution anyway. We have been assured that the district has identified an in-class, individualized learning program that will be used to fast-track our lowest performing students in ELA and math. We look forward to positive outcomes of its effective use in the upcoming year, and I believe that's IXL. Discipline. Unacceptable discipline and suspension disproportionality still exist among student groups. In light of repeated reports of racial bullying, deviations in application of discipline by student group, and a startling lack of uniform communication of discipline procedures, the Black Parallel School Board made the following recommendations. 1, schools should discipline both parties involved in a dispute between students, the student who provokes and the student who responds. Other means of discipline, number 2, other means of discipline should be used before suspension in all possible cases because some groups are suspended much more often than other groups. So the district should increase the other means of correction list to at least 6 things. Neither of the recommendations is addressed directly in the LCAP. Can I have someone come up? Okay, she's asking, okay, all right. We believe that discipline disparities can be reduced if cultural dissonance among staff and between staff and students is mitigated. That must happen through professional development. So that brings me to professional development recommendation. PD around cultural dissonance is aspirationally addressed in the LCAP. So it's there, but not a lot has been done with it since it was first put there. The district has done some things, but as in every other district that I've talked with, and not only here in California, but across the country, I haven't talked to everybody in the country, but a good representative sample, the professional development around cultural competence has been an epic fail. I mean, it's not lasting, and a lot of people just get pissed off. So to realize improved staff-student interactions around an empathetic approach to cultural dissonance, the district will have to customize its own professional development. It can be done if the district puts its creatives to work, contracts behaviorists to provide documented support and guidance for their ideas, and ground all work in empathy. We talked to about 20 plus psychologists, we call it
on Zoom, who have conducted staff development activities. None of them have used empathy as the focus, and we believe that if that's what you do, then we can get something that will work and that will be systemic, that will last. This recommendation has yet to be implemented successfully, but the district has made attempts to do it. At 3:31 today, I received a response from Mr. Alexander to LCAP questions that we submitted to him on Monday morning. We look forward to carefully studying his clarifications for evidence that more of our recommendations are indeed LCAP actions. The Black Pearl School Board hopes the district will reconsider any rejected recommendations for inclusion in the LCAP. We are serious and involved partners who spend quite a bit of time preparing for and participating in the district's LCAP process. We look forward to hearing from the district about any recommendations that continue to remain in question. And I must say that the district has reached out to all of the district's different groups. They've made a big effort to get input about the LCAP. They've been very good about that. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. As an aside, we have shared with the Merced Union High School District Board and Cabinet several possible areas of collaboration between the high school district and the city school district. You guys have the same students. I believe these are being included in, can I get? I will yield my time. I believe these suggestions have been included in the high school district's LCAP. Would you like for us to share those recommendations with you? Okay. Merced City School District would work with Merced Union High School District's departments or programs such as EL, AVID, World Language, and BSU. And they would work with those programs to set up a day of visitation to those high school classes or programs as one aspect of a soft handoff of students from the elementary school district to the high school district. I don't know if she's still here. Yeah, there she is. Ms. Via is the one who suggested those to us. And that's a creative over there. She's got lots of ideas. And so we believe that these subjects might serve as easy commonalities to discuss and plan. Success in these areas could potentially open the door to more effective conversations around more difficult subjects. Thank you.
Any other public comments? If not, we will close the public hearing at 9:32 p.m. Any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
I beat you, Alan.
Go ahead,
Really quick, Mr. Alexander, I know when we had our meeting the other day, I mentioned about the $100 of recruitment. And in there, you were supposed to put, but I didn't see it.
Okay.
Do
you have
did I
the
miss
copy in front of you, ma'am? I can point you in that direction.
It's Ed service, it's like right here, item B.
Which page was it? I forgot.
This one on the current version is page 73, under goal 4.5.
Okay.
It's about the fifth line down, where I mentioned, please refer to MCSD LCAP goal 1.9 for more details.
I don't see it. Okay, all right.
And once we approve the draft, I will put a specific page number, because as we adjust drafts, pages change, but in the final draft that I may bring to you on the 24th, it'll have a specific page number for our readers to be more specifically drawn to that.
I appreciate that. And then I have one last request, if possible, is when you make changes to the LCAP, is it possible to change the font or something so you don't have to read it all over again? You can actually see what the changes are?
I will aspire to that. What I was able to do is put I know it's not much, but with the program we do use, I did put an asterisk. What I could do is maybe more asterisks to highlight it. I don't get an opportunity. Your idea is great. We actually used that before, but then that format, for some reason, too much information, but it really made a mess of everything else.
So just know that I see it, but I have issues with being able to see. And if I sit up here with my sunglasses on, people might think I drank too much or something. So, I mean, putting that and maybe changing the font or something may help out a little bit.
Yes.
That way it's not so hard, that's all.
Yes, thank you for that feedback.
Any other questions or comments?
I just think that I've been looking at the LCAP for years, and I'm really actually starting to understand it. I think it's a very important tool when it comes to our district. A lot of people think it's, systems, but it's actually money set aside for specific earmarked money. So I think the LCAP is a wonderful tool for us to be able to bridge that gap, and that's exactly what it's for. I know the Black Parallel had a couple recommendations, and they are in the works as far as the liaison and the HBCU. If you guys, I'm a grad of HBCU, so if you guys need like assistance, I got a couple HBCUs that I'm still in contact with, and then Sacramento has a built-in Black college built in. Is called the
Honors College.
The Black Honors College. So it's kind of like an HBCU built into Sac State. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what the president of Sac State is doing is amazing, and he recently hired Shaq as their.
Yes. I see his pictures all over.
Yeah, and so we have, if anybody, I think it would be great if we can sort of invite him to our district and have like a fireside chat with the president. I think he's a wonderful, oh, really?
No, I thought you meant Shaq. I was like, come on.
We can invite, we can invite Shaq also, but like the president, but the president, I think he has just such some great ideas, the way, I think we could partner with him. I think it would be inspirational to hear from him. He's on Oprah, so, like, he went on Oprah. But I just want to give you kudos to Mr. Alexander, what Ms. Bennett just shared, that you took time to meet with several groups. So this document, it just, you do this, right? You write this, you update this every year.
Yes.
Yes, and that is a lot of work, and I appreciate.
But he likes it, remember?
I do like it. I'm bringing Ellen along.
I'm there, man, I'm there.
So we
It's,
appreciate.
like I said, it's basically, it could be a scorecard, and it can show the plan of ways we can improve our systems and our processes for our students. As I mentioned earlier, it's all for our kids, right? So at the end of the day, lining this up and trying to make it as clear as a picture as we can, and being available for questions and partnerships is a valuable part of that. And I just want to thank all the team members who spent time with us, not only Black Pearl School Board, but our bargaining partners, as well as our principals, councils, and administrative council that had to sit through me and asking them to do surveys and things of that nature. I appreciate my team. So this is really an honor, and for me to ask our team to present what they do is also fun to see and present to the community as a whole. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your efforts and your team's effort. Seeing this as a board action item, is there a motion to approve? Do we have any other questions? It says it's a board action item, but that's what it says here.
Sorry, if I may, tonight is the hearing only. The board action will take place. The action was to hold the hearing this evening.
My bad. Item 11, thank you, Mr. Alexander. Okay. Item 11B, Merced Arts Council contract renewal, Director Aaron Alexander. Mr. Alexander.
MC is looking to continue the partnership with Merced Arts Council Art Tree Program. The proposal contracts with 7 art tree artists not to exceed $72,800. Allows MCSD TK through 6th grade students to participate in the existing after-school programming opportunities. To learn about a variety of visual arts, each elementary school site has the opportunity to participate as we expand the offerings to establish after-school programs. This contract also includes an additional performer who will provide the multicultural dance assemblies. With that, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the contracts with Merced Arts Council.
Thank you so much. Do we have any in-person or online callers for this item? Or not call, any online callers for this item, Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you.
any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? Again, seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Is there a motion to approve as presented? Motion by Clerk Delgado. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Trustee Brooks. Let's do a roll call vote.
President Lackaretti?
Yes?
Trustee Zhang?
Yes.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee McCutcheon?
Yes.
Trustee Delgado? Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Does Mr.
I'd like to say the word, this representative from Merced
Yeah,
Council
we should have,
then.
yeah.
Hello, President Lackaretti, Superintendent and School Board and staff. My name's Colton Dennis. I'm the Executive Director of the Merced County Arts Council and the Multicultural Arts Center. And on behalf of our Education Director, Lisa Gilliland-Viney, who deals a lot with Mr. Alexander on everything archery related going through the schools, thank you for this. We have a ton of teaching artists throughout our area, established artists. And a lot of our artists are retired teachers, and they love teaching art. And so they're in this program to go out and teach what they do. And we get younger people, too, that are feeling out the teaching field if they want to teach. We give them mentorship. We have a program so that way not all artists can teach, right? And so we give them a program so that way they know how to teach. So we don't just put them into the school system. They learn before we put them out into the field and out into a classroom to teach their subject, whatever that is. We have a lot of cultural bearers, you know. The special performance will be by Skyhawk. He does a Native American dance and music, storytelling. He has special messages about anti-bullying, saying no to drugs, stuff like that he creates. And so it's a vibrant program that we produce, and it's something that, you know, it keeps kids activated and gives them direction, and it gives them you know, a purpose of coming back to school. And so thank you for supporting such a robust program.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Colton.
I'm always here for questions if you need them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Colton. Okay. The next item, 11C, Consolidated Application Director, Alexander.
May I ask for grace in this regard? I would like to first, if we could, I'm not sure if this is possible, just for ceremonial purposes, first switch places 11D with 11C. I would like to, one of the purposes that to be eligible to ask for federal funds is that we ensure our LEA does not have any board policies that restrict protected prayer within the LEA. And so it's my fault that this agenda order is out of order. And so I'm like asking for grace if we can please switch the rotation between 11C
let's do 11D first.
11D. Thank you.
Submission of the constitutionally.
Thank you for that. So submission of the constitutionally protected prayer in public elementary and secondary schools. Background is Section 9524 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act, requires that LEAs or local education agencies file a certification of constitutionally protected prayer in public elementary and secondary schools as a condition of receiving federal categorical funds. The certification assures that the LEA has no policy that prevents or otherwise denies participation in constitutionally protected prayer in public schools. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the submission of a protected prayer to ensure the LEA does not have any policy that prevents or otherwise denies participation in constitutionally protected prayer.
Thank you so much. Do we have any callers in the queue, Ms. Gates?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve as submitted. A motion by Trustee Brooks. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And we now move back to 11C.
Thank you for that. Consolidated application. School districts are required to submit an annual application and report of categorical spending and carryover for the funding of consolidated categorical aid programs. MCSD is applying for categorical funding from the following state and federal programs through the consolidated application. Title I, which is the basic low-income grant. Title II, teacher quality. Title III, limited English proficient. And Title IV, well-rounded education. The categorical funds will be used in accordance with state and federal regulations to improve teaching and learning and help students master challenging academic content to meet performance standards. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the application for federal funding as specified in Title I through IV programs.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Again, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve. Motion by Trustee Brooks, second by Clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 11E, school plans for student achievement. Director Aaron Alexander.
Again, I want to thank my principal team who made it tonight and stayed here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank
I
you,
asked them to
thank
come because they spend
So
not just the
early.
ones that are present, but the ones that maybe not be here, tipping our hat to them. Not only do they run a school site, but they are also in charge of meeting with their stakeholders and their school site councils, with their leadership teams, just as a principal at the front gate even at times. And so part of that, their role and their task is to collect their local information or feedback and help shape a school plan for student achievement. And so with that, a little bit of background, the SIPS is a site-level plan that details how a school will use its resources to improve the academic performance of all students. It's developed by the School Site Council, which is a collaborative group of students, can be students, at the middle school level typically, school staff, parents, and the SIPSA aligns with the district's LCAP and focuses on specific actions and strategies to address unique needs of the school's student population. All schools implementing consolidated programs, as mentioned earlier tonight, or participating in school-based coordinated programs are required to develop a school plan for utilizing supplementary state and federal resources. Plans must be developed with the review and advice of the School Advisory Committee and receive approval from the local governing board, as we are tonight. School plans are updated annually, new budgets are established, and modifications are made to the plan that reflect changing needs and priorities. Each spring, the School Site Council adopts the school plan and the proposed expenditures and recommends it to the governing board for approval. Each school plan describes the educational strategies that will be implemented to support the highest level of teaching and learning at the school as required by the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015. School plans were available and are available online as attached tonight's agenda item and through the district office. I brought them along with me tonight. As soon as they are approved, they will be updated on the school websites as well. And therefore, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the single plans or school plans for student achievement as attached.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments for this item? I do know that we have a lot of questions or comments. No, I'm just kidding. Any questions or comments from the board? Clerk Delgado.
I actually brought this up just to, anyway, no, I did do the reading, but I actually do not have any questions for the principals in Area 4. I emailed each of them individually to recognize the accomplishments of their respective staffs. I believe it's important to recognize what has been accomplished when far too often all we hear about is what isn't and that the needle isn't moving. I assure you all that progress is being made. The needle is moving as more students read, research, speak, and collaborate. The needle is moving as more students are showing up at school. And even though the state keeps moving the finish line and district administrators continually eliminate programs and introduce new ones based on the buzzwords of the moment, our staff is trying hard. The needle is moving and they need to know that their efforts, as well as those of their students, have not gone unnoticed. Just because growth is occurring doesn't mean that they're stopping either. They are pivoting, adjusting, and spending time out of the classroom to learn new programs that they know are likely to be removed within 2 to 3 years without gathering the sound data to support it. However, they have strengthened, however, maybe it's because they've strengthened someone's resume. I don't know who can now say that they brought this program to MCSD. So no, I do not have any questions, but I do have gratitude for what all of you do in this ever-changing landscape.
Thank you for those very thoughtful comments, Clerk Delgado. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'd like to echo the same sentiments. I was on school side council. That's how I started in this district, and just you learn a lot. It's not easy. There's a lot of effort to invite parents and do all of this work. So kudos to all the site leaders for the efforts that you put into engaging families and communities and everybody to come up with this plan. And no other questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Clerk Delgado. Is there a second? Second by Trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I also add a thanks to Ms. Linda Parker. She sat with every principal and her team. She was not available to review the budget and projected budgets, which is very helpful. I think our principals can agree to that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, one team.
Good job.
Thank you. Item F, Treehouse Tutoring and Learning Centers Director Alexander.
Thank you. Treehouse Tutoring will provide academic support at 2 participating MCT elementary schools, both Alicia Reyes and Sheehy Elementary, serving a total of 50 students, 25 per site. Tutoring will be offered 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, from 2 to 5, with students attending 2 sessions per week based on their assigned schedule. Each grade level, grades 2 to 6, will be served in a dedicated hour-long block with up to 10 students per hour or 5 per grade level. Each tutoring hour will be supported by 4 tutors per site, maintaining a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 student-to-tutor ratio, allowing for hands-on small group instruction tailored to student needs. This program will run from September 15th to May 29th, totaling 30 service weeks when accounting for school breaks. Therefore, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the contract with Treehouse Tutoring and Learning Centers.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lacqueretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Okay, seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Alexander, Treehouse, we're renewing the contract, correct?
That's correct.
So do we get any feedback on what it is that they've done for us to renew the contract?
Yes. Just give me a moment, I'll pull up some data that we do have. Uh, 27 students were served, and of those participated, 44% grew at least one level. They're specifically iReady, and so we're happy to present that. This time, there were, with those 27 students, 0 were Black African American, 59% were white or Hispanic, 19 were other, and 22% of those students or families declined to state what race they would be or ethnicity. 40% were English learners, there were no foster youth, and 22% of those participating were special education.
So did I hear correctly, no foster youth and no African American?
That's correct.
Okay.
And is this tutoring just for math, or is it anything, any tutoring?
It's anything that they really need today. They provided a really comprehensive report of kind of an analysis, both reading and mathematics. And so we can be glad to share that with the board as well. I can speak to, again, those students from DPA 1 to DPA 2, specifically to reading. In DPA 1, of the students that participated, 4% were met or exceeded. That grew to 19%, so average of 15% growth. From a start of students participating one grade level below, 26% of those students increased that, so less students were 2 grade levels below. That decreased by 7. And then students who started at 3 grade levels below increased by 18%. In terms of, there was 18% less of students that started the program were 3 grade levels below. So there's growth across the board, specifically the ELA and our district progress assessment.
So technically, what you're telling us is that even though they weren't foster youth, African American, but they were the lowest performing, some of them were, and correct?
44% of the students that participated, yes, or actually, if I added 2 grade levels below and that, that's 81% of the students that started that program were 2 grade levels or more below program.
So that's what I like to hear, is that we are targeting them too. I don't want to see them left out when we're bringing these programs. I know it's difficult to tutor because some of them have behavioral problems and things like that, but we can't leave them out.
I think Mr. Marcus is behind you. He may want to add something.
Thank you. Marcus from Treehouse Tutoring, thank you.
So I'm the chairman for Treehouse, and I can speak further on some of the concerns that were addressed. First is on the diversity of the students. This first one was very much a pilot program, and that was only starting in March. And that was specifically, basically, we worked with the site leads for which students were identified as the most necessary for extra intervention after school. This upcoming year, we are aiming for a larger runway for enrollment, and we would love to hear if there are any other specific areas that you would like us to target. We have a different system set up for targeting families that includes more outreach at the schools. After school, that includes after school night or a back to school night presence, in addition to direct calling families. So if there are any specific demographics or communities that you'd like us to serve, we can integrate that into our runway process. And then second, we are very excited about the metrics that we saw. I'm a stats guy, so I hope I don't lose you when I get a little bit too nerdy here. But the big challenge that we ran into was attendance. A lot of our attendance was basically split into a bifurcation of our initial sample group. Basically means we had about half that had very good attendance, half who didn't. And we saw a R score of about 0.87, which is a high coefficient of linear correlation. Basically, it means that the students who had high attendance made up that 44%, because we had about 49% attendance on average per site. So the students who showed up saw results. We're hoping that with a more comprehensive attendance plan, specifically focused on longer term commitment to the program, that if we can increase that attendance metric, then hopefully we can also increase that growth metric.
So are they sitting at a computer in the classroom, or they're at home?
No, this is, we come into the schools, our tutors come into the class. Our program is a bit different. So instead of running through an established curriculum that's just worksheet, or on the computer, every single student is given a personalized assessment, and then all of our tutors on site, our site leads, develop individualized class plans for each group. So we have 2 tutors per class servicing 4 to 5 students, and so each class is going to get a different set of focus. This past year, since we only had a 3-month runway, we focused on 1 to 2 domains per class. Each domain was half math, half reading, since we were on a short time. And the areas that we focused, we saw the most growth in were California state standards that follow number theory, generally 3, 4, and 5 4, 5, and 6 .MBT. And then also for our reading. We saw a lot of growth there, specifically for literacy and fluency.
It's remarkable that you remember all this with that, yeah.
I love data, and I'm very, I want to echo the words of Trustee Zhang. I think it is very, very correct for you to be very scrutinous in how you vet these programs. And if you are that way with me, I don't take that as a challenge. I want to show the numbers, the data, the growth that we've shown, and hope that we hold every single program to that same standard of scrutiny.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate how you presented, the daily schedule, the breakdown, very easy to read. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I think we have another public comment.
It moves down.
Can I do it this way? Okay, so Lil Ayala, principal at Reyes, and I was sneaking out and I heard him talking about this, and I felt it relevant to stay because it was only a short-term tutoring program at Reyes and at Sheehy, from what I understand, but I do believe it was very valuable. We did kind of make a lot of efforts to reach out to our African-American groups and all of our lower performing groups. Unfortunately, they were not responding, but I think part of it was to do with the time of the year where it kind of started. You know, it was harder to kind of get buy-in from actually all of our students. And so we just kept going down. We started with the upper grades and, oh, okay, sixth grade is not responding. So then we went down to a lower grade. And then what we ended up doing through our SSD process, as we were looking and making goals for students for growth, we were utilizing this as an intervention that we could put in there, and then we would immediately like give the parents the information for Treehouse, and then we would say, okay, come on these days because they're here and sign up, I'll meet you. And so it was, I think, totally worth for because I myself had kind of like, oh my gosh, it's only like a short amount of time. How much of a difference will this make? It's gonna take us a while to recruit. And so, but we did make a lot of effort, and we did end up helping our lower performing students, including some of our special education students who actually made a lot of growth, not only on the academics, but just the confidence, because they're having this one-on-one kind of interaction with these tutors. There was two that came to our site, and the young man, I have to mention Carlos, he was just amazing. He was so good relating to the kids, so good about doing the math with them and just working it out step by step, and the kids responded very well to him. So I do appreciate that we were able to get that service, and I hope that we are able to get it again for the whole year next year, so please.
Thank you so much for your insights, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you so much.
A quick question, do you guys provide any snack or any kind of food?
Yeah, we do. We provide a after-session snack to reward behavior and just to get them through it. And then this year, we'll also be basically allocating some of the budget towards a attendance incentive program to capitalize on that and expand it.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Everybody like to eat, that's.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Again, I really like it that this is what, earlier I was alluding to having a program at every site, so this is very valuable. Thank you for bringing it to our school sites. Seeing that there are no other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to accept. Motion by Trustee Brooks, a second by Trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have their same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 11G, Valley Harvest Church of Merced DBA Harvest Park Educational Center, Director Alexander.
Thank you. Valley Harvest Church, doing business as Harvest Park Educational Center, is proposing a summer prep academy program that will deliver academic and social emotional or SEL support to the TK through 8th grade students through principle-based lifestyle training or PBLT success curriculum. The 31-day program will serve up to 30 MCSD students from June 16 to August 7th at the University of California, Merced campus. Transportation will be provided. Therefore, it is recommended to the Board of Education that you approve the contract with Valley Harvest Church of Merced, doing business as Harvest Park Educational Center.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item?
Appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready to go on June 16th.
Okay. Since there are no other comments in person, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
How were the 30 students that will be at UC Merced, are they students that were in the program, or how are we getting these students? Because I remember going to the graduation, and I remember some parents saying, hey, if they had the opportunity to continue on, they would. So I was just seeing it.
So I think we're definitely going to leverage that. do want to mention also transportation is being set up behind the scenes so that once approved that we can provide when needed.
Yes, we're ready to go on June 16th for 8 weeks through August the 7th, 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, each week with, I think, Juneteenth is a day off. And we are excited to receive 30 students from MCSD. Some of them that are interested and want to enroll were a part of our John Muir site-based project called HPEC 2.0. And we had some good results from our experience at Muir. So 30 students, but we're open to students and parents who are interested in enrolling. Right now, we wanted to wait until we knew that we were going to be approved before we finalized our enrollment. So tomorrow, based upon tonight, we'll be finalizing. We have about 15 students already, parents that have called us and they're ready to complete enrollment. So we have about 15 slots available. What we're trying to do is to enroll 6 students in each cohort. So we have a TKK cohort, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and 7 and 8. We have been assigned 5 classrooms at UC Merced in the Cobb building, so that each cohort would have the space and the time to really attend to the unmet needs of these students. We do tutoring and mentoring, and the tutoring is, of course, academic. Our program consists of 4 sessions. The first 2 weeks are on socio-emotional learning and life skills training. The third and fourth weeks are on Common Core ELA and literacy. We use a program called The Future of Reading, and we had some very good outcomes in our semester at Muir, utilizing our exclusive partners, T4, at that site. So weeks 5 and 6 are Common Core math, and so we are training students in the standards of the curriculum so that they can understand the steps, that they're not taken ad hoc, but in a more continuous format. Week 7 is on a STEAM-based project, which is looking at jobs in the year 2035. So students that are 8, 9, and 10 years old, in 10 years, they'll be looking for jobs. And so we have an emphasis on AI as part of the research and artwork that they will be doing in that project. The last week is dedicated to STEM and looking at conservation of our Mother Nature's resources. So we will have 3 subject areas that can be chosen. One is oceans, conserving our oceans, and the other is looking at the forest and the trees and flora and the fauna that exists there and what we can do as humans to protect those resources. And the third is ag related, looking at food and crops in the future, what jobs will be available and what students see. And so what happens is each of these sessions is applicable at the cohort level. So everyone across the board gets the same subject matter, but at their grade level or level of learning. Most of our students are IEP students or students that are low performing, and they get individualized attention. And it works well. Here's a couple. Did you all get our outcomes? Did everyone see some of the outcomes from our John Muir project? No, okay. Can we share something with them? Or do you want me to? Well, there are 2 here. I'll just, don't want to take time tonight to
Yeah,
go
you can
into
just
but
give
we
it to her
can
and she'll
just-
make copies and make sure. Or you can, if you have it online, if you have it electronically, you can share it with us.
Yeah, we basically, our students probably in the reading and literacy growth, probably from the beginning point around March the 10th to April 17th, they achieved a tremendous, which was a midpoint score for us, they achieved a tremendous amount of awareness of literacy, from the basics to things like, for example, TK kids were working with the alphabet and sounds, phonics and phenol. They were given opportunity to really get into the process of learning. And so the older students were, of course, if some of them needed remediation, well, in their group, they were able to do that as well. But we had some really good improvements in those areas for literacy. So we left some paperwork for you to take a look at. But we did submit all of our student profiles to the district to show across the board scores for literacy, for Common Core math, for Common Core English, for life skills training, and socio-emotional growth. And across the board, they did really well. So we're excited about summer, and like I said, we have about 15 slots open for additional students, but we will need to separate the students out by cohort. One area that we really want to receive is 7th and 8th grade, because we have a lot of TK through 6th grade students. So we need some 7th and 8th graders to join our program this summer.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board? No?
I just have one thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, this is actually our 10th year at UC, Merced. And this is the first time that we actually have had funding. Every year, civic engagement has provided the rooms. And so we're extremely, really blessed to have this opportunity to go up there. It's amazing, not only the learning, but the kids to be on a university campus. Absolutely. Just to experience that. Absolutely. And I just want to say briefly, our experience at John Muir was challenging. The worst students, most challenging, I should say, right? On the principal's list, lowest performing. With behaviors, but we got through it. They did very well. Towards the end, they were at the 70 percentile with their partner from Future Reading. Tremendous improvement. So we feel good about that, and we hope to continue this partnership that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing that we have no other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Brooks. Is there a second? Second by Clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have their same right. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I just want to put a shout out to my team, Veronica, Crystal, Grisel, Catherine, Ludi, Cheyenne, Betty, Nyla, Floor, and all our MAR staff and Summer Academy family. They've launched session 1 for Summer Academy, doing a great job. Lining up transportation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. AVID, next item, AVID 2025-26 multi-year contract. Dr. Garza.
Good evening. I may look a little worn. Doing Miniversity, we have 350 credentialed employees and actually classified. We have a lot of instructional assistants as well over at Tenaya. Thank you to Tenaya for hosting us. It's been great to see their enthusiasm after only a 3-day weekend. So they were back ready to learn themselves. So I am bringing before you the AVID multi-year contract. This AVID membership renewal agreement supports the work of closing the achievement gap in MCSD by preparing all MCSD students for college readiness and success in a global society. Service includes access to curricular materials, digital libraries, and professional learning opportunities. This multi-year contract is for our middle schools, and it's recommended that the Board of Education approve this multi-year contract for our middle school, starting with the 25-26 school year.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garza. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments in person? Seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Motion by trustee Brooks, second by trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item
you.
I, AVID 2025-26 renewal.
Yes, so similarly, this AVID membership pertains only to our elementary schools. We've been district-wide for several years, but for the coming year, we're looking at a one-year renewal for our elementary schools to support that work of closing the achievement gap. And it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the renewal contract for our elementary schools for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you again, Dr. Garza. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments in person? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
A motion by trustee Brooks, second. Is there a second? Second by clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Does anybody want to make a motion to suspend the bylaws, to extend the meeting?
It's not time yet.
It's not time yet?
10:30.
Okay, I'm going to try to read. Core Learning 2025-26 contract renewal, Dr. Garza.
All right, MCSD is contracted with the consortium on reading excellence in education, which is Core Learn, since 2019 to design and implement customized professional learning grounded in the science of reading. During the 2025-26 school year, Core Learn will provide professional learning in the Online Language and Literacy Academy, known as OLA, formerly known as OERA, which was the Online Elementary Reading Academy, as well as initial training and ongoing professional development in SIPS, which is the Systematic Instruction and Phonological Awareness, Phonics, and Sight Words, which we use in our 3rd through 6th grade classrooms. This is for teachers, instructional assistants, and administrators. It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract renewal for Core Learning for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Again. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve. Motion by clerk Delgado. Do you have a second? Second by trustee Brooks. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on. Item 11K, Curriculum Associates iReady 2025-26 contract renewal. Dr. Garza.
Yes, Curriculum Associates provides iReady, which our district uses iReady as the district performance assessment 3 times a year in reading and writing for grades K-8. This year, Curriculum Associates will provide ongoing professional development to assist educators and administrators in utilizing the data and tools provided by iReady to maximize instruction and student proficiency. However, we have decrease some of that professional development because we believe that we have kind of maximized their support over the past 3 years. And so we're kind of gradually releasing and then providing ongoing support in a lighter format. So it is recommended that the Board of Education approve this contract renewal with Curriculum Associates iReady for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you so much. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve. Motion by trustee Zhang, second by clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, but well, he's not here, so can we do a roll call vote?
President Lackaretti?
Yes.
Trustee Zhang? Trustee McCutcheon?
Yes.
Trustee Delgado? Yes.
The motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 absent. Thank you. Next item. Item I, right? L. H, MH Read 180, 2025-26 contract renewal. Dr. Garza.
Thank you. You're getting tired.
I'm tired.
And she offered to bring a sleeping bag. Did you bring it, Trustee McCutcheon?
I'm just like.
To the car.
All right, here we go. So Read 180 is utilized by our middle school intervention teachers to meet the unique needs of our young adult learners who have gaps in their literacy skills. Read 180 provides the opportunity for strategic whole class lessons, small group targeted instruction, and individual learning targeted specific student goals, and a structure for high interest, independent reading practice. It does have built-in growth measures that we use 3 times a year as well, in addition to district measures. And it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the renewal contract for HMH Read 180 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you again. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lacarotti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Clerk Delgado, second by Trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Item M, Learning Ally, 2025-26, new contract, Director Garza.
Yes, this is a new contract. Learning Ally believes in equal opportunities for all students. They provide student support for those who are reading below grade level in general education and special education classes, support for English learning students who are reading below grade level, access to curriculum for all students, IEP and 504 accommodation needs, equity and inclusion, whole group instruction, and low proficiency scores. It's a nonprofit that's been providing services for over 75 years to educators and districts across the country. And in short, it provides the text-to-speech, not only for literacy, just reading literature, and independent reading, but also all of our curriculum, our adopted curriculum, is available and can be read aloud to them. And it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the new 2025-26 contract with Learning Ally.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lacarotti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve. A motion to approve by Trustee Zhang, second by Trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. We move on to next item, Learning Without Tears, 2025-26 contract renewal. Dr. Garza.
Thank you. Learning Without Tears provides Keyboarding Without Tears, which is keyboarding curriculum and practice for our students in 1st through 5th grade. In the last year, we utilized it K-5, and it was determined by the teachers it just was not as effective for kindergartners who really need to work on the paper pencil. While we do understand and believe that keyboarding skills and practice is important, especially in our digital society. And so we're asking, and it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract renewal with Learning Without Tears for the 2025-26 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lacarotti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have in-person comments for this item? Seeing none. Any questions or comments for the board? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve. Is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Trustee Zhang. Is there a second? Second by Trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, Letters 2025-26 contract renewal. Dr. Garza.
Thank you. Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling is a 2-year professional development opportunity that teaches the skills needed to master the fundamentals of reading instruction. which includes phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, writing, and language. This 2 years ago, we just had them graduate, our first cohort through the County Office of Ed. 22 of them completed the 2-year program. We just had 73 complete the first year of the program, and they'll be going into the next year. And this is a contract for 60 more in the coming year. And we have very high interest.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it was 40 more, very high interest. In fact, they're emailing me, when do we start? So it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract renewal for letters for the 2025-26 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments, in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board?
Just quickly, that this is what I want to hear as a board member. When our staff is utilizing it, they're finding success with it, and they speak positively, excuse me, positively about a program. Thank you.
I know it's emotional.
No.
It's just over.
Thank you.
We just have to laugh about it, come on.
And I might add, if you don't mind, the OERA course, Online Elementary Reading Academy, that we've done for 4 years now, and it's now transitioned to be Online Language and Literacy Academy. We actually utilize that as a prerequisite for participating in letters. It's the equivalent of a 3-unit college course that they take. And then this, of course, is the equivalent, I think it's 24 units, the 2-year course. But it's very much aligned with the structured reading model that we've been working toward with our literacy plan. And it's really building layers of support and bridging for teachers. They're deepening their understanding of teaching literacy and developing literacy in their students, and then they are seeing that with their students as well.
Do we have a motion to suspend the bylaws?
Motion to suspend the bylaws.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second to extend. Motion by Trustee Brooks, second by Clerk Delgado to suspend the bylaws to extend the meeting past 10:30. All those in favor?
Hold up, I don't have a problem with it, as long as you don't keep us here till 11 o'clock.
Don't ask any. I'm in trouble. Yes. Okay. All those in favor? Yes. Nays have the same right.
Yes, with the stipulation.
Okay, the motion passes to extend the meeting or suspend the bylaws. Okay. So my quick question, so this is the science of reading, correct? This letters teach the science of reading?
Yes.
And this is what the state is now moving, and they've been, right, like there's a bill somewhere, it's moving through the state legislature. That's what I think I read in the newspaper.
Fresno Pacific.
No, not Fresno, like I think everybody's doing it now, like that's.
I'm saying,
Science of reading?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm saying that I get it's Fresno Pacific, isn't it?
No, this is through Lexia Learning.
Gotcha.
Yes, this is a 2-year, it's a hybrid course. They do some self-study, and then they go to a monthly webinar, live webinar.
Yeah, I'm excited for this because I know a lot of teachers wanted this, so thank you all for doing this. So no other questions or comments. I will entertain a motion to approve. Is a motion, okay, a motion by Trustee Brooks, second by Clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, MCOE Literacy Strategies and Support 2025-26 Contract Renewal, Dr. Garza.
All right, MCOE literacy strategies were delivered to our second grade teachers across the district this past year. For the coming year, we're refining those services to be available to all grade levels, and we have a proposed contract here for $162,000. Delivery will be in a variety of formats: all-day mini-versity and buyback days, after-school virtual live webinars, and on-site in-class observation and support. All of this will be in grade spans K2, grades 3-5, and grades 6-8, so that examples and instruction may be more targeted to the students served. It's a valuable service that provides some coaching and feedback for our teachers that is very specific to literacy, since we do not have instructional coaches. The feedback and evaluation data from the 2024-25 school year, I think you might have seen it in the briefing. Just a few highlights: 76% of respondents indicated they'd like to learn more about these topics. 94% indicated that their learning activities were meaningful and engaging. And 47% of respondents indicated they will be able to apply their learning right away, while 41% indicated they could apply it with some additional support, and 12% indicated they would be able to apply their learning in the future. So it's been really well received by teachers, and we're just kind of pulling back the in-class time just with the subs and those kinds of things. And we have had some really good success with after school and then that in-class coaching. So it is, and this is with the partnership with Merced County Office of Education. And it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract renewal for MCOE literacy strategies for the 25-26 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Leckeretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just a quick question. If we continue to see growth in the letters area, is this a contract that we may be eventually able to phase out?
Do you mean in terms of not offering that training?
Meaning if we're utilizing letters and we're seeing growth in the number of teachers who are accessing that at the earliest of ages, is there going to become a point where we can phase out this contract?
That's always a possibility. I do see them in two different ways. With the letters, it's deepening their understanding, knowledge, and skill base. This is side-by-side coaching and support. Yes, it's strategies and application. So I do think it's important for them to have those in-class models, demonstrations, co-planning, because we do not have instructional coaches to provide that. So it is always a potential possibility, but I do see them as two different perspectives or roles of professional development.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I do have a question. This is through the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant. So, and it's expiring in a couple of years, right? What would we replace the funding with? And we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yes, we have plans to absorb proposals and services that we want to keep in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to approve. A motion by trustee McCutcheon, a second by trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, MCOE Math Improvement 25-26 contract renewal, Dr. Garza.
Yes, so Merced County Office of Education partners with our district to provide job-embedded professional development on number talks and concrete representational and abstract instructional routines to increase teacher mathematical knowledge for teaching in grades K through 8. The model of the instruction is changing this year from being strictly job embedded and utilizing subs and such to include after-school webinars followed by in-class coaching and modeling, as well as day-long professional learning during mini-versity and buyback days. And this one is greatly reduced from previous years.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Leckeretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Don't get mad, you guys. So with this program, the teachers that have been teaching for a while that are vetted, they're having to take the same programming as new teachers coming in. There's no tweaking it to where what they already know they can, learn, they can move ahead or anything like that, that just everybody's learning the same thing all over again, and then the new ones may be getting something or may not be getting something, but there's no different strategy for those that are already knowledgeable.
Well, a couple responses. So these are voluntary after-school buyback days, mini-versity. So people sign up and attend these who feel that they want to learn more, need to learn more, et cetera. Similarly, with the in-class coaching, demonstrations, and modeling, they sign up for that. So they're inviting them in. So when teachers are reflective about their practice, they notice like, hey, my students are not progressing as well as others. Maybe I need to learn more about this. So then they voluntarily participate in these trainings. Additionally, we're learning more. So for example, this past year, the California Mathematics Framework was finally approved. It took about 4 years, I think. It was approved. It's a 1,000-page document. I haven't read it, and I'm in charge of curriculum, right? But the math team is working with our teachers to kind of learn from it and go through it in, chunk and chew, bite-sized pieces, learning what those directions are, what the trends and recommendations are, and then learning how to apply that in our classroom. So it's not the same thing taught every year. They're developing from one level to the next to the next. In the coming year, we will also have a math adoption. And so this math work will really support our teachers and the work we've been doing the last couple of years to be better discerners of the new curriculum that will be made available to us, instead of just looking at the shiny bells and whistles, but really understanding math, having that mathematical knowledge for teaching, and knowing what we need to really help our students, the needs that our students have, and select the best curriculum to meet those needs. So their focus changes as the needs change. Does that answer your question?
You know what?
I'm sorry. Okay, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Clerk. Go ahead, Clerk Delgado.
So you have in the contract on page 5 that they're going to increase the number of students who meet or exceed the math standards to 60% by June 2028. This is a renewal. Why aren't we already there?
Say that again, sorry, those exact numbers.
So they're stating that if we go with them, that they will increase the number of students who meet or exceed the math standards to 60% by June 2028. We're in a renewal contract. Why aren't we already there?
It is a very ambitious goal, to be honest. When all of the factors are aligned perfectly, we can accomplish that. But there have been a lot of transitions, changes, and barriers in the way. It's a lot more, it's smaller increments than we would like. We would love to see double-digit gains instead of barely maintaining 1%, 2%, 3% growth. But that is a very ambitious goal that we're working toward.
Do we have any other questions or comments on this item? If not, okay. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve. Motion by, okay, motion by Trustee Zhang. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Brooks. Let's do a roll call vote.
President Laccaretti?
Yes.
Trustee Brooks? Yes. Trustee Zhang? Trustee McCutcheon?
No.
Trustee Delgado? No.
Motion passes with Trustee Zhang, Brooks, and Laccaretti yay, and Trustee Delgado and McCutcheon as a nay.
Just as a reminder, when we first initially met them, they said they were going to raise our math score by 10%. I remember that.
No. Okay. I just like to say that it's going to take some time, right? And that's where our scores are. So we're tracking along, like she said. So
yeah, we'd love to see double-digit gains. we're always hoping and working
I
toward
mean,
that.
with this or other contracts, it's just, again, like, give us the data and.
Well, it passed, so
Yeah,
now let's see what it's gonna do. I mean, it passed.
Let's do it.
You know, let's see if it can walk the walk, the talk. Let's go here with it.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, item 12, board action, fiscal services, public hearing and resolution F-9-2024-25, education protection account, EPA funding for 2025-26 school year. Chief Business Officer Linda Parker.
Thank you. School districts are required to determine how monies received from the education protection account are spent in the school within its jurisdiction, provided that the board makes the spending determinations in an open session of a public meeting. The language requires that funds shall not be used for salaries and benefits of administrators or any other administrative costs. These EPA funds are an alternative funding source for the state aid portion of the local control funding formula. And MCSD fully utilizes these funds for teacher salaries and benefits. With that, it is recommended that the Board of Education hold a public hearing and accept Resolution F-9-2024-2025 to make spending determinations with respect to monies received from the education protection account.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. I now open the public hearing at 10:40 PM. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lockeretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Do we have any in-person comments? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at 10:40 PM. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve. It's a motion by trustee Brooks, second, is there a second? Who said that? Who? Okay, a second by trustee Zhang. It's a motion by trustee Brooks and a second by trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Item passes unanimously. Thank you. I know, that's what I was like, what? 12B, public hearing, 2025-26 budget. Chief Business Officer, Ms. Linda Parker.
Thank you again. I know it's late, so I'll try to be brief with some high-level highlights for our general fund assumptions that were used on the development of the budget. For general fund revenue assumptions, the LCFF funding totals approximately $158.4 million. This is based on the 2.3% COLA and an unduplicated pupil count of 83.55%. Supplemental concentration monies total approximately $40.6 million. Current contributions from unrestricted to restricted resources include $9.4 million to special education and $6.5 million to routine restricted maintenance. Federal revenues total approximately $12 million, which includes $1.8 million in projected Title I carryover and $100,000 in Title II carryover. State revenues total approximately $41 million. Any remaining carryover will be determined at the unaudited actuals and will be budgeted and expended within appropriate timelines as applicable. For the general fund expenditure assumptions, general fund salaries and benefits total approximately $173.7 million. This includes current pension rate and assumptions for unemployment and workers' compensation rate projections, costs associated with negotiated salary increases, as well as any other applicable revisions will be made based on changes resulting from the adoption of the state's budget. These changes would be reflected in the first interim budget report. Please note the budget also includes the addition of 2 world language teachers, 4 counselors, 2 special education teachers, and a full-time teacher for the STEAM Center. It also includes an extension of increased hours for health assistants, custodial staff, and application technicians, funding for campus security liaisons and intervention staff, continuation of psychologist interns, technology and infrastructure upgrades, clinical services, and professional development contracts. The general fund ending balance continues to remain healthy and includes a 17% reserve for economic uncertainties between assigned and committed funds. With respect to the multi-year projection assumptions, average daily attendance projection of 10,561.25 is used. This is based on the 24-25 P2 attendance reporting. projected COLA of 3.02% in 26-27 and 3.42% in 27-28. Pension rate increases have also been factored in based on the most recent state projections. With that, it is recommended that the Board of Education conduct a public hearing for the 25-26 budget of the Merced City School District. Again, similar to the LCAP, tonight is the public hearing for the budget, and it will be brought before the board on the 24th for adoption.
Thank you. I now open the public hearing at 10:44 PM. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Do we have any in-person comments? Seeing none, we close the public hearing at 10:44 PM. Any questions or comments from the board? I do have one question. The federal reserves are going down. Like, do we anticipate more reductions in the federal funding?
I believe that's yet to be determined. As of right now, we're being told that Title I funds and special ed for federal funds may remain untouched, but the other title programs are to be determined. We'll have to wait and see, I think, what happens at that level.
Okay, and I see there's a 36.4% difference in the capital outlay for the expenditures. Why such a big difference?
You're looking on, I'm sorry.
Page, it's this page. Title, it's the budget July 1 general fund. You can email me.
Sorry, capital outlay you are asking about?
Yeah, capital, it says 36% difference. So, between the estimated actuals and the budget, so. Okay, and that's it? Any other questions or comments? We move on to events calendar. Please look at the events calendar and let us know if you have any questions or comments. No? There's, on the events calendar, like the AALR boot camp, is it just for informational purposes, or do you want us to attend one of these?
Those are for your information. If you're interested, Giselle will send you the information so we can assist you.
Oh, and then our summer academy begins on 6/16. Just send us some invitations to go visit some summer academies.
Absolutely.
Okay. And, what?
I think she just wanted the dates so you know and the sites.
Okay, yeah, okay,
And
perfect.
that they're open for your visit.
Okay, so
absolutely.
we can just pop up. Okay. Any questions about the governance calendar?
Yeah, it's just once again, making sure that we put the resolution of the lowest performing students scheduled on our governance calendar for a presentation and an update 4 times a year.
We'll be sure to do that. We'll also be including in the upcoming year the overlay of the entire year, so you have it for you within your materials every meeting.
Thank you.
Perfect. Now we move on to items of interest. Board members and superintendent may report on activities such as school visits, meetings, and conferences. I will go by the list that is here. We'll start with Trustee McCutcheon, would you like to go first?
Oh, sure.
Okay, but I'm not going by what's here.
Let me see if I can keep myself together long enough to do this. So, June 2nd, I attended along with Trustee Delgado and Trustee Zhang and President Lackaretti, of course, the superintendent, the reclassification. The theater was packed. I actually enjoyed seeing the 300-something students receiving medals for their achievement. I also attended the 8th grade graduation for Tanaya. I believe it was June 5th. I'm wrong, okay. Just know that They were excited. A lot of noise was being made. I didn't realize how much noise the next day because I had a headache. Sorry. And then I was invited to the Ada Gibbons Montessori. They had a history project going on. I was invited by Esmar, a second grader. She actually wrote me a letter of invite in cursive. You don't see very many kids writing cursive anymore, and I thought that was pretty neat. She was Queen Jetson Pima or something like that. She stood up there and she talked, and I have a difficult time just talking like I am. And she stood up there with the mic, and you would have thought she was grown. You know what I'm saying? So I enjoyed seeing that. I wanted to thank Mr. Alexander for actually listening and putting in the draft, what we had kind of said. I just couldn't find it because I couldn't see it. And then I think that we need to continue, keep on the forefront of the bullying. I think that cultural ignorance is not a pass. I think that for our students, this is a safe haven, and they need to be able to come and feel safe and not be treated badly by their peers or adults. And so we're going to have to really keep pushing forward that aspect of it. I would like to tell Superintendent Stocking, thank you. It was nice to hear the community say that you listen. It's very important that we listen, but I also think that there comes a time to where we have to take action. So, and that means that's all of us, by the way. We just need to make sure that the actions that we take are the right actions. And the community, I have a lot of love for our community, and sometimes, they come up and they say things, and sometimes they're not right, but I think that tonight, they were on hit, and we have to really pay attention. And then for the African American, I believe that things are moving for them, but it's moving so slowly that we really can't tell. I think that we have to not forget our foster youth. I think that when it's all said and done, any of our students that are struggling academically, I care what nationality they are, we have to be working for them. So even though we're saying the specific group, that doesn't mean you get to put down the sword on this group over here. You still have to continue to work for all our students, but everybody, I guess I can say, learns differently. And for our school sites, there's no magic box, one box fits all. And so we have to understand each one may need something a little bit different. So while we're out there paying for all these programs and stuff, maybe we need to slow our roll a little bit, and maybe this one might need a little something different than the school over here. So let's just keep that in mind, and let's continue the conversation with our teachers to make sure that we are meeting, because they're the ones that's actually working with the kids. So let's make sure that we are meeting the needs of the classrooms at the different sites. And then last, I'd like to say, I had a lot to say already, y'all know, it's the Coca-Cola. For our administration all the way down to the classified, we value you. Don't ever think we don't. No matter what's being said out there, if you hear something, come to us. You know me, I don't bite my tongue. If I said it, I said it. But we value you all. Everybody's important. We talk about one team. You're talking about, have you ever seen a puzzle and it's missing a piece? You're a part of that puzzle, and when you're missing, then then the puzzle is not complete. So you guys complete us. Don't forget that. That's all.
Clerk Zolko.
Just touching upon or extending the point that was made by Trustee McCutcheon about differentiated needs. We ask our teachers to engage in differentiated instruction in the classroom setting, And I think as a district, we need to create opportunities for differentiated tools that they can access based on their needs. This is not a blanket approach. Clearly, it hasn't been effective, and that's what we need to examine. So thank you for bringing that point up. I also had the opportunity to attend the Ada Gibbons presentation by Ms. Thomas's class. I was invited by Paku, and Paku was Ada Lovelace, who was the first female programmer, so that had a special place in my heart. And I have to agree, she stood up there and she spoke with the confidence and knowledge and was able to answer the questions of her peers and audience members. And at the second grade, imagine what lies ahead. I attended the HPEC celebration with Trustee McCutcheon, President Laccaretti, and Trustee Brooks. Also attended the LCAP study session, the reclassification session. I would like to thank Lucrecia Sacaros and Veronica Villa for coordinating that. And I enjoyed the Rivera graduation that I had an opportunity to attend and watch Mr. Trustee Zhang celebrate his daughter's graduation in that moment. Yes, thank you.
Dad's on duty. I got to sign a lot of autographs and a lot of yearbooks, which makes me a cool dad, yes. Cool person on campus. And then I went to graduation, Hoover's graduation on June 4th, where a lot of my students that I'm dad on duties with graduated along with my precious and my beautiful Layla. So that concludes my report.
Trustee Jean?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I also think for the opportunity to attend the reclassification. I think it's great to see over 300 students shaking hand, yelling, so, coming out, surprising, and just, it's great. So it's great. I'd love to go to that kind of event. Secondly, I just want to thank Franklin School for inviting me to attend their groundbreaking. They're going to have a new playground and renovated a lot of classrooms. So I think it's long overdue. Franklin is, it's a long overdue for my children to go through there. And I just can't wait to see those modernization of a building. So I think it's here, so I'm glad. And I also had the opportunity to attend a award day on the last day of Stephanie with all these beautiful and smart kids coming and get a graduate, get their certificate, and just getting whole parents coming there last day. I thought school kids gonna be skipping last day, but I was seeing a whole pack of kids just coming in, and only a few actually didn't come. But I would say the majority of them are there. So just to see kids being happy, parents going there and graduate with awards and honors and so forth. And lastly, I just wanted to thank everybody for great work. I think especially our retired teachers or staff. I didn't get to see or meet all of you, but I just want to say thank you for your services if you retired this year. And you have put a lot of work into the many, many years to our school district. So if you retired, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service and for your contribution to our children's. And of course, behind the scene, Alexander, Aaron, and all of you doing the how many contracts we have tonight, and and then last month. I think just think about the behind the scene work to put the contract language in there and the time to go back and forth. It's going to be it's a lot of work to behind. So I just want to thank you for all the admin and their leaderships who are doing this and bring forward to us. So when we're asking tough questions, doesn't mean we don't trust you. When we ask tough questions, being if we're one team, we have to be transparent with each other. If there's a contract out there that do sloppy work, we should see through that easily, and we shouldn't give them a renewal contract. So I think that we're transparency, but we also want to hold our contract. Accountability is very key to our school district. So with that, good night and thank you.
Thank you. I'd like the events that I attended, the June 2nd reclassification ceremony at Merced Theater was beautiful. As somebody who is I have native fluency in 3 languages, it's just it was a very moving ceremony, and I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. But again, it was just a very nice ceremony. And it was also nice to see Carmen Ramirez up there speaking both in English and Spanish. And, it just shows to the community what is possible. Her story was inspiring. So, and then thank you to all our staff that put in a lot of work to make that event happen. I also attended the LCAP study session with Mr. Alexander. Thank you for meeting with us and giving us more information, and with my fellow board members who attended, and also Ms. Parker and Superintendent Stocking. I also attended the HVAC celebration. It was a very sweet celebration, and one of the things there, when I was talking to the parents, was clear is a lot of them are not on Parent Square, and so they did not know what was coming up. And I think that's an opportunity for us. That's an area where I think we can tremendously improve, because obviously we're putting it out there and people, for some reason, are not, that information is not getting to them. So I'd really encourage us to look at other means of getting to those parents. I also attended the 8th grade graduation at Crookshank. Beautiful evening. The weather was so much better this time. Last year, we were like melting on the stage because it was also at 6 p.m., and this time it was 7 p.m. And Mr. Smith missed our picture because every year, the last 3 years have been taking selfies, and he wasn't there. We still did, but it was good. So I have 3 years of pictures now, and it's nice to see how far along we've come over the last 3 years. And my one request to the district would be to address that issue that parent had talked about earlier, to make sure that we do allow parents to come in if they have tickets. We don't ever want to not include people in the ceremony, so that would be my request. And the other thing I'd like to request is we've seen a lot of contracts come through, and for tutoring, it seems like there are different prices. So I just want to see some sort of uniformity in our pricing, and because one is like a lot and one is just not as much. So I'd like to see some uniformity and maybe even a standard template. Somebody earlier brought up a standard template, so I'd like to see something like that, and also invite others to participate in giving us proposals and requests. And I have two more things I would like to say. First of all, I want to again emphasize and congratulate our superintendent for a successful year that she's completed, and she did receive a 5.0 satisfactory completion of the evaluation. So, and we look forward to the next year and working, all of us working together to come up with our strategic plan and other things to move student achievement forward. And I also would like to thank Ms. Giselle Olmos for her work today, and really it's very detail oriented the way you made this binder for us. So thank you, and thank you for the food and also asking us to fill out a form. That was great. Thank you so much. So and congratulations on your role as well. And those are my comments.
I'll do mine as a speed read.
Good evening, trustees, staff, and families. I'm going to condense mine. I want to just proudly celebrate last week's 1,152 8th grade students that walked across the stage. This is truly an effort of all of our educational community and families and our students' dedication to learning. Our kids are resilient. They are able to learn, and they are successful, and we look forward to their journey into their next step as they enter high school. Also, year one in MCSD, and just like that, a year has gone by. This time last year, I was being welcomed to the district at the first board meeting and getting ready for my Janet Jackson concert the next day. It has truly been an honor and continues to be. I said it in the beginning, I am here for the long haul, and I will continue to make every effort to best serve our students and keep our students at the center of what we do, and recognize that I would not be here without the team. And I look forward to continue moving in the direction towards the vision of one team, one community. And I think we've done a lot of great work together, and I look forward to continued work and refinement for our children, because they do deserve our very best. Thank you. Summer Academy is on its way. Session 1 is June 9th through June 13th. Session 2, June 16th through July 16th. And Session 3, July 17th through July 25th. Thank you to all of our state and federal programs and all of our support staff and sites that are providing support for our student summer opportunities. And Classified Employee Showcase, we will host tomorrow at the Mondo Building. Thank you to our HR department for celebrating all of our classified employees and showcasing their efforts and the different job opportunities that we have here in MCSD. This will happen from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Mondo Building of the MCOE building in downtown Merced. And reminder, our new current website is sunsetting to begin completely transferring over to our new website at www.mercedcsd.org. And with that, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I just want to have just a quick thing that I want to say. Congratulations to all the 8th graders and all the high school students who just graduated last week. Your parents did, community members, whoever helped you did a tremendous job. So for students who are watching this meeting at 11:05, thank those people that helped you. But also,
Just waking up.
but I just want to also thank all the teachers, staff, administrators at MCSD for putting on. It's a lot of work to do the graduation ceremony, so I thank them. But I also want to thank them personally for educating all my children. I have so much, I was very nervous to send my kids to MCSD, and it was not until I walked into Burbank and Cheehee schools, the front office folks and the teachers at those schools, really put my faith back into the system here. And my son graduated from Golden Valley the other day. He was #1 in his class. He was valedictorian. He got Cougar of the Year. He was Collar Athlete of the Year. And I think it's all because of the tremendous staff, all of you that helped him be who he is today. So I thank you all for that. Just wanted to say that. And we adjourn the meeting at 11:06 p.m.